your attendance and those who are online. Do we have anybody who's actually attending online today? Karen, do we have anybody who's attending online? Any members?
None of the committee are attending online, no,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah, please remind me to let people in on public comment periods. And so anyway, we'd like to welcome, and with that, we'll go ahead and take roll.
Representative Kinner. Here. Representative Larson. Representative Schwartz. Representative Simpson. Representative Stiff.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Garou. Senator Hicks. Senator Kinski. Senator Steinmetz. Co-Chairman Nicholas. Chairman Perkins.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So with that, Chairman Nicholas, do you have any comments you'd like to open with this morning?
Good to see everybody's smiling face.
Thank you. And I don't have any particular comments either. We've got a lot of work to do, so let's go ahead and dive in. The first item on our agenda is an adoption of some rules. Mr. Vice President or Mr. Chairman, do you guys have anything? Anyway, with respect to that, are there any? So I think the only rule that anybody's worried about is simply the voting on amendments. Is anybody? Obviously the Senate would like to have that amendments wouldn't pass without a majority of both houses. Mr. Co-Chairman, is the House Appropriations Committee in a different place?
I would say yes. The House believes that we ought to adopt our existing rules from the last session, which have been the practice for the last 20 to 30 years in the JAC. And I just think that that's the proper protocol.
And so that would be that that's majority on amendments and a majority of both houses on the bill.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any other discussion you would like to make? Okay. Is that your motion, Mr. Chairman?
That's my motion.
Motion is to adopt the same rules that they had last year, which is the only real rule that would be different is there's no difference. It just takes a majority of members of the joint committee to pass amendments. That's their motion. Okay. Question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Motion carries. Okay, with that, I think the next item on our agenda is staff members have a presentation for us, I believe. I'm trying to get my agenda up here.
Don't talk too fast, Kevin.
Mr. Richard, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Don Richards. I'm the Budget Fiscal Administrator for the Legislative Service Office. First off, I would express my appreciation to the Governor's Office for allowing us to provide some background on the ARP Act funds and the CARES Act funds prior to his vision and policy discussion, which is the next item on the agenda. This presentation is available online to members of the public and provides background, vocabulary, and definitions related to both the ARP Act and CARES Act funding. On slide 2, Karen will assist here and put the slides up on this screen as well in the room. But slide 2 is a summary of all of the funds available in the 5 various categories. The CARES Act funds that are remaining, and each of these is discussed in subsequent slides as well. The CARES Act funds that are remaining range from $70 million to $150 million. There's a variety of reasons why there is a range, and the funds available are unknown at this time. For example, there are three categories here. One, there is allocated funds that are unspent. For example, WCDA still has an allocation and they did not spend all of that allocation, yet the funds have not been returned to the system, to the accounting system. Number two, there are funds being returned both voluntarily as well as a result of audits. This applies primarily in the business council programs, the broadband program, and appropriations from the Office of State Lands and Investments to political subdivisions and healthcare facilities. In short, not all of the funds from the grants have been expended, so some of those are being returned. And for those of you who are tracking the net weekly expenditures, we've had 3 weeks where the expenditures have actually been negative, meaning the net balance has been an addition of funds rather than an expenditure of funds. And then finally, the largest category by far is the potential for FEMA recovery funds. And you received during the session a presentation by, I believe, the consultant for the executive branch, and it may be several months before we have a final number as to the available FEMA funds. Next, we have the, if you could back up. Next are the ARP Act funds and various categories. We will walk through each of these in greater detail after this summary page. Several of them have different requirements, timing, funding flows, and status of guidance. These subsequent amounts of funds do not include specific grants to agencies. So there are a number of agencies that will receive specific designated grants for vaccines, for example, or contact tracing, or even highway funds or housing funds that go directly to an agency and are not discretionary funds of the state. Those specific grants to agencies exceed $100 million just from the ARP Act funds that will be directed to specific agencies. The governor will determine whether or not to accept those funds. And if he does, then the funds will be made available under the parameters of each individual agency's grant. This slide also does not include tribal funds. Both the Northern Arapaho and Eastern Shoshone tribes will receive funds directly from the federal government that will not pass through the state, and those will be made available in the coming months. That there are actually 2 tranches of or 2 payments, installments of funds.
Don, do we know how much that is going to be?
We do not. I hazard a guess that it will be in tens of millions of dollars. There is a per capita amount and there is an economic amount, but they have not published. They published the formula, but they have not published the amounts to each tribe yet.
Okay, thank you.
And then, of course, this slide does not include direct payments to businesses and citizens. By our last estimate from outside sources, just from the ARP Act, citizens of the state of Wyoming will be receiving approximately $710 million in direct aid payments through the ARP Act. Finally, this does not include another large source of funds of approximately $200 million for rental utility assistance. This appropriation actually came from the 2021 Consolidated Appropriations Act adopted in December of 2021, so it is not part of the ARP Act. But the balance, which is still a sizable amount of money, is illustrated on this screen: $1.68 billion of state fiscal recovery funds, $109 million of capital facilities funds. As a observation and a non-factual statement, my opinion, that's a misnomer to call that capital facilities funds. The initial guidance on that has suggested that it is more capital assets directly related to connectivity. So it's not capital facilities in the generic sense. Then there's the local fiscal recovery funds for cities, towns, and counties, $182 million statewide. The ESSER 3 funds, also referred to as ARP ESSER funds. These are the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funding, which amounts to $303 million for K-12. Of that amount, 10% is for state grants and administration, or $30 million. And the balance, 90%, or $273 million, is allocated by federal formula directly to school districts. And then finally, a subset of the ESSER funds is a $444 million designation specifically for higher education. And we'll discuss each of these in subsequent slides, but I kind of wanted to give the big picture.
Mr. Co-Chair, so Don, on the $710 million that are go to citizens out of the ARP dollars, do we have a breakdown of roughly who receives how much and what restrictions are on those dollars?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, so these are little to no restrictions. These are direct payments, cash payments to individual citizens. It is based upon family or individual income. So these are the $1,400 checks, and then there's a opportunity depending on the number of dependents. And we can get the specifics on that, but these are cash payments essentially to Wyoming citizens.
And just to follow up, then when we talked earlier this year about how much total of the state of Wyoming has benefited from CARES Act, from all of the COVID related dollars. And what is that figure changed or modified, or where are we at?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, we have the benefit with some assistance from the state budget department to receive both federal agency estimates as well as a outside consulting firm that helps to consolidate all of these estimates. And Karen monitors these as well by going out to each individual federal agency and identifying direct grants, because not all of these funds flow to us. Some of them are PPP loans where we kind of have to do some legwork to identify the number of Wyoming firms that receive those. In our estimates, there are approximately 10 bills, starting with the CARES Act, the Consolidated Appropriation Act, and the ARP Act being the three largest by far, but there were several minor bills. Our estimate in the past year, since March of 2020, the state of Wyoming, its businesses, families, and citizens will receive in excess of $8 billion.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the ERAP money, my understanding was that there's a time frame on that, and what we don't allocate, we return, I think, September. Do we know how the allocation of that is proceeding?
Mr. Chairman, some of these questions, including this one, are perhaps better addressed by the executive branch. I understand that Wyoming benefited from a minimum allocation of states. So we received up to $200 million of that. I think up to 10% or so can be used for administrative purposes. A fraction of that has actually been allocated. And I would let the agency specify it as to the actual expenditure. If there are no further questions, the next slide dives a little bit deeper into the CARES Act remaining funds. And this is where we have a range here of somewhere between, I'll say, $60 and $140 million available. And we went through the reasons why there is a range. The largest reason being unknown amount of FEMA recovery funds. But I would also mention that there are two specific appropriations in Senate File 118 that was adopted in the 2021 session. First of all, there was a $20 million appropriation for previously approved grants. And think of that as grants such as broadband or municipalities or health providers or businesses that occurred prior to December 30th of 2020, but were unable to be expended within the timeline. So the legislature set aside $20 million for that specific purpose. Subsequently, you also added a specific appropriation of $18 million to restart prior programs. And a great example of that is the program that the governor has recently authorized relative to job creation in the Energy Rebound program. I believe he announced a $12 million allocation for that program last week. And you'll recall that's an extension of a prior program. So of the $18 million, just with that one program, 12 million has already been expended for a specific purpose. I think you will hear later today from the governor's office about additional programs related to agriculture or tourism or other activities that would fall into this category and quite frankly, likely exhaust the $18 million. Now, if you can go beyond that, the governor has full discretion for restarting prior programs or beginning in September 1st, creating new programs. If you could jump to the next slide, we have other parameters on these funds. As I previously noted, the $38 million is appropriated for a specific purpose. And there's some caution with that $38 million because the language of the legislation in Section 6 of Senate File 118 indicates that this appropriation shall not be transferred or expended for any purpose except as provided in this subsection. So it really designates that 20 and 18 for those specific purposes. But you add that up and you get 38 million. There is no specific purposes for the difference between either 70 million and the 38, or if FEMA recapture and recovery is significant, 140 and the 38. There's very little restriction on the expenditure of those funds. And importantly, beginning on September 1, the legislation authorizes the governor as the chief executive to create new programs. So through this summer, the executive branch is bound by these prior programs and the normal purposes that would qualify. For example, the governor can spend today in the Department of Health for any existing program that appears in the budget. He can also expend funds to conserve general funds. But beginning September 1, there may be a more innovative program that has not been created by the legislature, and he has the authority to initiate that program and proceed with it. And then finally, these funds must be expended by December 31st of 2021. So there is a relatively near-term deadline. We're fortunate as a state that extension was adopted, so we have an additional year. But unlike the ARP funds, there is some time sensitivity or urgency as to the expenditure of these funds. Slide 5, we're going to spend a fair bit of time on, and this is the ARP Act, or State Fiscal Recovery Funds. This is the $1.68 billion, and we'll drill down a fair bit and discuss the requirements and permissible uses on this slides. These funds of $1.68 billion are eligible for costs incurred by the state or political subdivisions starting March 3rd, 2021. However, payments to individuals, businesses, and households can be for impacts prior to that March 3rd deadline or initiation period. So the March 3rd initiation applies to public sector, essentially expenditures. So DEQ expenditures in last December would not qualify under ARP. Department of Corrections expenditures in the month of March or after March 3rd would qualify. However, if the legislature and the governor decided to create a program to assist businesses or individuals or households, they could use criteria that involved an impact prior to the March 3rd, 2021 initiation date. Generally, these funds, and I say generally, because there's always some minor exceptions, may not be used as a non-federal match. So think of the Medicaid program, for example. That's 50%, and I know the FMAP rate changes 56.44. These ARP funds cannot supplant the general funds in a federal matching situation. That applies likely in the Department of Military, Department of Environmental Quality, Workforce Services. In other words, these ARP funds generally cannot be used as the non-federal side of a matching program. Affirmatively, states may use ARP funds as a deposit into the state's unemployment insurance trust fund, but there is some limitation on that. The amount is capped at the balance of the trust fund as of January 27th, 2020. So we look back pre-COVID and see what the state's balance on the trust fund was. And the ARP funds can be used to build that trust fund up to the balance on that prescribed date of January 27th.
Don, on my recollection was that we were down about 90 million in that. Was that about?
I believe that is correct. About, and I'm broad numbers here, about 25% of the balance was expended, from like 400 million to 300 million.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Kinsky.
Don, so you said it's the amount of deposit into the UI from ARP is capped at the balance as of 1/1/2021?
No, 20.
2020. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm just kind of ticking off some big ideas here and restrictions. There is a significant difference in terms of public health and safety personnel. By and large, the ARP Act funds is more generous and more flexible than the CARES Act funds. But there are some exceptions to that general rule. And one of those exceptions is the use of funds for public health and safety personnel. In the ARP Act funds, these are limited, quote, to the extent the employee's time that is dedicated to responding to COVID-19 public health emergency. Under the CARES Act, you'll recall that all of these times for public health and safety personnel, and that would include correctional officers, for example, presumed that the personnel's time was related to COVID-19. That presumption is no longer effective in the ARP funds. So you'll recall last calendar year, the executive branch made provided a substantial amount of payments for the salary and benefits for correctional officers, $30–40 million from CARES Act. And we're able to do it pretty simply by saying you're presumed to be related to COVID. That is not the case in the ARP Act funds, where I'm not saying they won't be able to do that, but they'll just have to monitor at least generically the amount of time that is expended related to COVID and not non-COVID related job duties. The funds are not intended for general economic development or workforce development unrelated to COVID-19. With respect to the infrastructure funds in the big $1,068 million, this is limited to broadband, which has limitations or goals of 100 Mbps upload and download rates, drinking water and clean water. The two water programs are governed by project qualifications under the drinking water SRF and the clean water SRF. There's also encouragement in the guidance that the expenditures related to water address cybersecurity or climate change impacts. Other federal acts apply to these funds as well. So as noted in a lot of federal funds, the Civil Rights Act, the Fair Housing Act, the Age Discrimination Act, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Hatch Act, all of those federal requirements are also applicable with these ARP funds. Notably, NEPA is specifically excluded from the clean and drinking water programs. If the project, let's say a municipal water system, is using both a federal fund unassociated with ARPA that is subject to NEPA as well as ARPA, then the project is subject to NEPA. But if it is strictly ARPA and municipal funds, it may not be subject to the NEPA requirements. So there are these very technical distinctions associated with some of these funds. With respect to reporting, Both states and counties must submit an initial report as of July 31st, 2021, and then quarterly thereafter. They're also required to provide annual performance reports at the state level. Small cities and towns, municipalities that many of you represent, are not required to submit these quarterly reports, but they are required to report annually. There are also some exclusions, meaning opportunities that cannot be, activities that cannot be supported by ARP funds, specifically deposits to a pension fund. That's a fairly straightforward exclusion, as well as a state cannot offset a reduction of net tax revenue from a change in law or regulation. This, however, is not a straightforward. It is a multi-step calculation done each year by the state. First of all, if you don't have any major bills, which in our case, the 2020 session did not include any major bills. I would note that Senate File 60, which changed the annual to monthly ad valorem tax payments, was a major bill. You'll recall that was adopted in the first session, the hybrid session, which occurred in January and February prior to the adoption of the ARP Act. If you don't have any, or if the state does not have any major bills, if the state does have a major tax bill, then the first thing you do is you look at offsetting taxes. So for example, in this last session, they weren't major bills, but you did have some fee reduction bills that were adopted. You also had some fee increases that were adopted. So those two offset. And I'm doing a bit of hand waving here, but largely speaking, the federal government looks to your fiscal notes as to what the expected impact is in terms of this offsetting. So if you have 5 bills with tax increases and 5 bills with tax decreases, you can use the fiscal note information to determine whether or not that it offsets. There's also a de minimis clause. So when you step back and say, well, anything within 1% is de minimis. So excuse me, 1% in the state of Wyoming's case is potentially quite significant. You know, a sizable liquor tax change or tobacco tax change may very well fall within the de minimis calculation of 1% of total state revenue. And then finally, there is an additional test as to whether or not the total revenue increased despite the tax reduction. So in the course of the normal economic activity of a state, if oil prices are up, if sales tax is more robust, if liquor taxes come in more robust, that can be used to offset any tax reduction. Even if you pass a tax reduction, if you collect the same or more taxes, it is not a violation. Otherwise, if all of those things fail, the state is in a potential violation. I'm not anticipating anything in the near term, but it's a possibility going forward. Finally, I would note that the funds for public health and several of these other sources will be receiving a lot of additional funds separate and apart from the $1.68 billion. So I believe over the weekend, the Department of Health announced a $36 or $38 million grant from the CDC to assist in vaccines and contact tracing. That's on top of all of this 1.68 billion. And finally, the guidance has significant directives to states to encourage them to address systematic public health and economic challenges among low-income communities and people of color. The 4 primary purposes are listed on the screen. I won't read all of those, but the first one is the response to the public health emergency, to respond to workers performing essential work, to make the necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband. I call that the infrastructure. And then the last one is in red for a reason, and we'll discuss this at length. For the provision of government services to the extent of reduction in revenue. Not all states can illustrate a reduction in revenue, but the state of Wyoming, at least through calendar year 2020, can. And to the extent a state has reduced revenue, the flexibility for the expenditure of these funds is increased dramatically. If you could move to the next slide.
Question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Don, if I could go back to the comments on NEPA, did you just say that those requirements were waived on the clean water and drinking water, or was that on broadband too?
Mr. Chairman, it's only the
On the water.
drinking water.
And so my take from that, just to clarify for me, is if you were discussion, if they had to, if they were installing a water transmission line that had to cross federal lands, that would normally require a NEPA process. If they were just solely using these ARPA funds, that requirement would be waived.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, there would be no requirement for NEPA on the ARP funds. However, any other existing law, regulation, or expenditure of funds would still maintain. So the use of ARP funds doesn't waive it for other purposes. So if crossing federal lands requires a NEPA, then it would still require a NEPA.
Thanks for that clarification.
Mr. Chairman, on slide 6, we've identified the funds fully appropriated by the state legislature in Senate File 118. And I mentioned that the governor has broad authority to create new programs beginning September 1st, 2021. This is the timing for the funds. 1/2 of the $1.68 billion has been received. It was received by the state in May 2021 in the amount of $534 million. The second installment of this is not expected until after April 2022. There's no specific time other than the fact that it must be, or it is expected 1 year later. So the second installment of a like amount, $534 million, is expected next spring. These funds.
Just the state's portion.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, with respect to the 534, that is just the state's portion. Jumping ahead a little bit, each program's a little different, but the local governments is very similar. They have a 2 installment system. There's a little variation there, but generally speaking, a 2 installment system where half this year, half next year. As to the ESSER funds, that's different. The $303 million for K-12. The first difference is all of the money is sent up front, but this is paid for on a reimbursement basis. So school districts don't get any of the cash. They have to actually have an expenditure and then they get a reimbursement for that, but they don't have the 2 installment issues. These funds at the state level must be obligated by December 31st, 2024. So there's a fair bit more time than under the CARES Act. And the funds must be expended by December 31st, 2026. Moving to slide 7, as to the revenue shortfall. Uses, there are 4 uses. The revenue shortfall is particularly important from the perspective of the appropriations process. This presentation was prepared at the end of May, and the Treasury has already updated its frequently asked questions twice since the preparation of this presentation. So I'll add a little bit of context of some recent developments. 2 frequently asked questions in particular are of interest. First states that, are recipients expected to demonstrate that reduction in revenue is due to COVID-19? And the response is, any diminution of actual revenue calculated in the formula would be presumed to have been due to COVID-19. That's very important for the state of Wyoming, because regardless of the reason why revenue declined, I'm thinking the Saudi, Russia oil price war last spring, that is not included in the calculation. Everything that is reduced is presumed to have been due to COVID-19, not changes in federal land requirements of the presidential administration, for example. None of that applies. Everything is assumed to be related to COVID.
So Don, just out of curiosity, I mean, in other places, presumptions can be rebutted. Is there any indication that, have you seen any indication that whether in ARP or under CARES that these presumptions are rebutted by the federal government or anybody else, or by private entities seeking, I have a lawsuit saying you're not using it correctly and seeking injunctive relief or otherwise? You seen anything that indicates that there are attempts or successful attempts at rebutting into the presumptions that come in the law?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of any, and I think the current administration has been very expansive in suggesting that for nothing other than administrative ease, for example, and they recognize the broad-based economic challenges that have been experienced by all states, political subdivisions, businesses, and families. And for that reason and the administrative ease, they have offered this fairly wide-reaching latitude to all states. Even with that, as I mentioned, many states, I think the latest estimate I saw was about 30 of the 50 states would not be able to show revenue shortfalls, at least currently. 20, including the state of Wyoming, will be able to illustrate a revenue shortfall. Then second component to that, once a recipient state has identified a reduction in revenue, are there restrictions on how the recipients use funds up to the amount of the reduction? So this is the red highlighted sentence on my prior slide 4. The interim final rule gives recipients, in this case states, broad latitude to use the funds for the provision of government services to the extent of the revenue reduction. Government services can include, but are not limited to, maintenance of infrastructure, new infrastructure, including roads, modernization of cybersecurity, including hardware, software, protection of critical infrastructure, health services, environmental remediation, school educational services, provision of fire, police, and other public safety services. It goes on. I won't read all of it, but that's a huge difference as to what was eligible under ARP Act in the absence of a revenue shortfall versus when there is identified revenue shortfall. It opens up a lot of potential expenditures. General government services, for example, highways could not arguably be constructed under the general ARP requirements. But to the extent you can show a revenue shortfall, then it opens up a whole new opportunity for the potential expenditure of these funds up to the revenue shortfall amount. So that calculation is really critically important. Next slide discusses the revenue shortfall timing, and there are 4 points of calculation. December 31st, 2021, and then the subsequent 3 years, 22, 23, or excuse me, December 30th, 2020, 2021, 22, and 23. So 4 different points. The Budget Office, Economic Analysis Division, State Auditor's Office, and Governor's Office have worked diligently to calculate the December 31st, 2020 revenue shortfall. And we believe it is in the neighborhood of $300 million. There's 2 outstanding variables in that calculation that I'm aware of. The first is with respect to investment income. There's some timing issues that this committee is very familiar with regarding the reporting of investment income over the past year or 2. Unfortunately, that raises its head in this calculation. So I know staff are working on that piece of the calculation, but I don't expect it to materially change the 300 million. And then I think there is some question of the inflation factor used and the number of months. And this actually just came up recently. States have 2 choices. They can either use the prior 3-year revenue trend line for a state, or they can use a 4.1% annual inflation rate. Well, our revenue trend line over the past 3 years, 17, 18, and 19, isn't good. It goes down, not up. At best, it's flat. So we want to use the CPI, or the 4.1% compounded inflation rate, to calculate a counterfactual baseline revenue, what the state should have generated. And so we're applying the 4.1%. There is some question about, it appears from the guidance now that you actually get to start that the first month of the calendar, or the fiscal year 2019. So there's actually 18 months that you get to apply that compounded rate to before calendar year 2020. Because fiscal year 2019 started on July 1, 2018. So there's actually 18 months there before the beginning of the calendar year. I know I'm getting into the weeds a bit.
I like the weeds. So what's the base year then? The base year for us, if we're using the 4.1% compounded inflationary rate, the base year is our fiscal year 2018.
Fiscal year 2019.
2019. So that's, so then you apply the 4% compounded rate to the succeeding 3 years.
Correct. So we can't really calculate 21, 22, 23 yet. We can calculate the baseline,
Right,
but we
don't know what the revenue.
but we don't know. If you used Craig, it would look like there's a decent chance that we could show a revenue shortfall in these subsequent years. But the use of Craig is inappropriate for 2 reasons. One, it is not limited to general fund and budget reserve. It is all revenue in the state of Wyoming. So we look, it's basically a lot of the aggregate reports that the think tanks, the Cato Institute or the Brookings Institute do. They use the Census Bureau total revenue per capita, or that sort of calculation. That looks at fuel taxes. Well, that's not part of Craig. That looks at all of the fees for the professional licensing boards. That's not part of Craig. It deducts some things as well. It deducts capital gains on or losses on investment income. So you have to unwind that out of Craig. So Craig is really not a good substitute for these calculations. And then number 2, our actuals are significantly ahead of the January Craig report, and I'll mention that a little bit later on. But the bottom line is, I think we have general agreement. There's expect $300 million in available revenue shortfall, number 1. Expect that number might get modified or precise in the coming month or 2. And then number 3, and this is opinion, this is not an agreement with our executive colleagues. I would not bet that revenue shortfall will be replicated in the subsequent 3 years. So this $300 million might be our only chance as a state to qualify under that revenue shortfall provision. We could have a downturn, and I could be wrong, but that's a pretty risky bet.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, remind me, I thought there was provision in there that they didn't count investment revenue, or was it capital gains as revenue to be calculated? Wasn't there some, did I misread that?
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. Investment sales of investments are not included. They're excluded.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
So on the $300 million shortfall, that's just the state's portion of the shortfall. So specific when we start looking at school finance, where we have these recapture districts, and we've seen these, our assessed valuation because of the mineral taxes go down at that then the state bundles those up, and then we redistribute those back out based on the guarantee within the formula. Is there any way that we can go out on those local taxes that also saw a substantial reduction and recapture some of that? And specifically, how would that look, or is that feasible? Where when we do the 12 mills for that school finance, that then the state accumulates those and then redistributes those out based on the formulas. Is there some way that we could look at that? Is lost revenue to the state?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the 12 mills, because it is state revenue, is included in the calculation. Unfortunately, the 25 and the 6 collected locally and by the county or the school district is not included in the calculation. I think we can go back and look to see if there's any way, but I don't see any direct way to capture that. On the other hand, this formula is applicable at the local level too. Doesn't get to your issue on education, but it does apply to counties and municipalities. Each of those entities will be doing a similar calculation. And to the extent, let's give an example, Campbell County likely has substantial revenue reduction compared to fiscal year 2019. To the extent they can show X million dollars of revenue loss, they also will benefit from the enhanced flexibility as to the expenditure of those funds. As to the K-12, we can capture, I think, the other revenue sources and the 12 mills. I'm not sure we can get to the 31.
Doing that, though, I mean, this is something that local governments, I mean, just like the state, they get to decide if they want to use the funds for this purpose. They don't have to use the funds for this.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, to conclude on the 1.68 billion, at least in my mind, as policymakers, you might want to start mentally thinking about the type of expenditure and what source of funds is most appropriate for that. For example, if you have a decision tree and is it a permissible use? So let's take an easy one, broadband. Then it's a direct example, then use the federal funds for that purpose. There's another large category, and that is the opportunity to conserve general funds to the extent policymakers desire to do so. And they can do that in two ways. You can conserve general funds by using ARP funds to support general government services up to the amount of the revenue shortfall, up to that $300 million. There may also be some offsetting opportunities for government services as akin to the CARES Act. So using the example of the Department of Corrections in calendar year 2020, there may be opportunities to use ARP funds for services that were previously supported by other state revenues. Public health lab, mental health, substance abuse, qualifying public health and safety are examples of that. Then there is a separate discussion that I'll just note before leaving this topic. The availability of ARP funds is not the only source of revenue that this committee will be dealing with in the upcoming session. As I indicated, the consensus revenue estimating group in January is proving to be overly pessimistic, particularly with $70 oil, in excess of $3 natural gas, in excess of $7 natural gas for the month of February, and substantial sales and use tax stimulated by both accommodative Fed policy as well as the stimulus provided in the ARP Act, which, by the way, occurred after the January CREG. None of that was included in the underlying assumptions. There is substantial monetary and fiscal stimulus in the state's economy. As a result, we could see in the neighborhood of $250 million of revenue in excess of the January CREG forecast for the general fund and budget reserve account for fiscal year 21 alone. So unrelated to ARP Act, but you really can't make all of these funding decisions in a vacuum. There will be substantial revenue. Now, Greg won't meet until October, whether or not that is ongoing. Some of these issues are one-time events. For example, the Texas electric outage, which Wyoming producers benefited from significantly, is unlikely to be replicated. We still, as a state, continue to have structural challenges, for example, in the coal markets. However, just as an aside, coal is one where Craig is actually spot on. We had predicted an increase in coal production, which a lot of folks said, well, you know, it's a steady decline. We actually predicted calendar year 2021 would increase coal production, and through the first 5 months, that indeed is happening. We're up about 7% year over year. But we don't anticipate that to continue, you know, for the next decade. Moving,
Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up, Mr. Kuchar. You said there were other offsets that we might be able to work through, because we've got 300 million of just on the budget shortfall. We've got 530 million of the first tranche of ARP dollars, right? So with that remaining balance, are you suggesting that there are ways that then there are other types of offsets so that that would bring that also back down into a more or less a general fund offset? So that's what I'm trying to understand.
Mr. Chairman, what I would suggest is it's not anywhere in the realm of the 300 million. The 300 million is the big piece of the pie, but there may be limited opportunities to support general operations of government that are funded by the general fund or other sources. An example of that is, and maybe the Department of Health and the executive branch have already done that, but to the extent there's general funds in the public health lab, it's likely they are overwhelmed with COVID-related activities. And those appropriations could be funded by CARES Act, ARP Act, or direct grants.
So I guess my question then is, how are we going to assimilate what all of those are and monitor them so that as we walk through the process of allocating the ARPA dollars, we can know, you know, where those dollars can go, you know, over and above the 300 million.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the executive branch is doing a fair bit of that. And I'm not suggesting here that these are going to be large numbers, but there may be opportunities similar to the $30 million in conserved general funds in the Department of Corrections. There may be other opportunities like that going forward. And I think the governor has full authority in statute to conserve general funds. And I believe that they are looking to identify those. But I'm not privy to the particulars.
Well, and I take it that'll be even a more important issue if revenues increase and we don't have a budget shortfall for 22-24.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that $300 million is the calculation, and it might change, but that $300 million is the calculation as of December 2020. And then once that is solidified, then we move to 2021. And what I'm suggesting is don't count on it. Yeah.
Go ahead, Representative Steve.
Don, thank you. So the big picture here is assuming we have $300 million available under our category 4 for revenue, state revenue shortfall. Assuming, aside from the limited exceptions just described, and if there are no revenue shortfalls in succeeding years, and that leaves about $700 million that the state would need to spend on the other 3 categories. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly right.
Is there, so as we talk about this supplanting of funds, is there some opportunity, not extensive, but some opportunity to supplant ARP funds, ARP funds to supplant CARES Act funds, and then because CARES Act funds in some respects have broader application, then you have more CARES Act funds to
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with you, and particularly with the public health and safety personnel. The requirements there are different. So it is, in my opinion, it's much easier to conserve general funds with CARES Act funds in the next 7 months than it may be to conserve general funds with ARP Act funds. So the color of the dollar matters, and that strategy matters. And one last point, the federal guidance provides, state this flexibility because of the revenue shortfall. You could use these same funds to restore budget reductions or conserve general funds in all sorts of different manners. They do not use the term offset or supplant. That's why I'm saying conserve. The next slide, slide 9, moves to a completely different pot of money related to the capital facilities. First off, the 2021 session allocated $112 million of the $109 million for the following projects: $8.2 million for Fremont County School District number 25, $27.5 million for the University of Wyoming, and 4 community college projects in Jackson, Powell, Cheyenne, and Sheridan. All of those added up to $112 million. However, there was no expectation in my read that these would be 100% funded, other than the Fremont County School District auditorium, that there would be some sort of matching funds. The language indicates, the language of the state law indicates that the state shall submit applications for these programs. However, since the adoption of that legislation, realistically, these projects may not qualify. Number one, the final guidance is not out, but there is a statement on the Department of Treasury's website, and that statement indicates that the funds will be directed for capital assets associated with connectivity broadband only. So some of the bricks and mortar activities associated with this, I'm not suggesting all of it, but some of the activities associated with some of these facilities may not qualify. The next slide discusses the local recovery funds. There's $182 million. The counties will receive, and I think on slide 10, $182 million in 3 different pots. The counties will receive the largest share by far at $112 million. They get those funds directly in 2 installments, generally subject to the same 4 criteria that we just discussed regarding the $1.68 billion for the state, those same 4 purposes. Metropolitan areas, and there are only 2, Casper and Cheyenne, they also receive a direct payment totaling $21 million. I believe it's $12 million for Cheyenne, $9 million for Casper. Same requirements, same 2 installments, same timelines. The non-metropolitan areas totaling $47 million, and that's all about 96 or so small towns and smaller cities in the state of Wyoming. All of those funds do flow through the state. So they come to the state first, and then the state will distribute all of those funds out. Again, the same 2 installments, identical permissible uses. There is one caveat with respect to the cities, and that is no municipality can receive more than 75% of their prior budget in ARP funds. So you can imagine a very small community, Lost Springs, Yoder, something like that, where their ARP allocation could be in excess of 75% of their entire budget. And then they have a timeline to distribute those funds out over so that they don't receive a disproportional distribution in a single year.
Mr. Chairman. So Don, along those lines with these non-metropolitan funds, I'm assuming they're just passing them through to the state, but the distribution formula is already set. We don't have any choice other than the 75% criteria. So we're just basically serving as the pass-through entity to manage the funds to get them out to those. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly correct.
All right, thank you.
Slide 11 discusses each of the counties.
And Mr. Chairman, one thing, can we get, is that available, that formula, so we can let these smaller communities know what to expect for distributions?
Yes, and in fact, we can give the estimate. In fact, I think it's more than an estimate. It's a specific allocation for all the counties are on the screen now, but we can do it for all the municipalities.
All right, thank you.
And as you can see from this slide, I won't go through the formula, but you can tell that it is largely population based. There is some modification for the community development block grant formula. But you can see the larger community or larger counties like Laramie County will receive a substantially more, a larger amount than say Hot Springs or Johnson County. If we line this up with the state's direct distribution, it's completely different, right? Because the state's direct distribution looks at ability to raise public financing.
When you do that for these
Mr. Chairman, slide 12 discusses the ESSER 3, also referred to as the ARP ESSER funds. This is the $303 million. The Department of Education staff is on your agenda at 11:30. So they will dive into a fair bit more detail regarding the calculation of maintenance of effort and maintenance of equity. But I will provide some high-level highlights. There are roughly 20 permissible uses for these COVID-19 related funds. There is also a provision which provides for other activities due to the decline in revenue. The state may not impose additional conditions on these funds. With respect to the maintenance of effort, on the higher education side, they receive $44 million. The distribution among higher education entities, which was provided directly to the colleges and university, is based largely on head count as opposed to enrollment. Because of that, the community colleges tend to perform more advantageously under this formula than the university. They have a higher number of actual head count as opposed to full-time enrolled students. Of the 44 million. Correct, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking to student head count, exactly. So of the $44 million, I think there's a slide there which shows the amount by college and university. If it's not a slide, we can certainly, it is, it's slide 14. You can see the university receives, I believe, about 18 million of the $44 million. Generally speaking, and again, I'm doing a little bit of hand waving here, but generally speaking, half of each institution's allocation must be used for student assistance, so student financial aid and the like, and half can be used for COVID-19 related activities of the administration. So if an institution were to receive $10 million, it's not that they get the full 10 million with no strings attached. About half of it has to go, and it's not exactly half, but roughly half goes to student financial services. Here is the kicker. We noted during the session that the higher education maintenance of effort formula in the state of Wyoming is very close. It remains very close. Unfortunately, it is an after the fact computation. It does not use appropriations. It uses actual expenditures. So we don't know expenditures until after the biennium is over or after the fiscal year is over. That being, and there's always reversions and that sort of thing. That being said, It's possible that the state has a maintenance of effort issue in the range of $5 to $10 million in higher education. I don't expect that will be the final outcome, because I think state expenditures are always going to come in a little bit lower, and I think that's all going to even out. But expect the higher ed maintenance of effort to be very, very close. And it applies for fiscal year 22 as well as fiscal year 23. So that fiscal year 23, we have no idea, because we don't have any appropriations to put in the formula for that.
Mr. Chairman. Question, Dawn, on that, where that it's only for for what they've actually expended. So if a district actually had put quite a bit of money into reserves, would that count as an expenditure or not?
It's actually the expenditures outside of higher education. So it's the amount of state support is the appropriation to the higher ed institution, UW. But what affects that is how much did the Department of Corrections spend of their appropriation? The notion here is that there has to be proportionality within all of state government. So you can't cut higher ed more than the rest of state government. And the rest of state government is based on their actual spending, not their appropriation. So to the extent the Department of Corrections does not spend its appropriation, or for example, ARP funds are used to offset general funds, then the state's maintenance of effort at community colleges and the university actually declines. So in general, you cut UW and the colleges about the same percentage as everybody else. But that about is what we're getting into, and it'll be at the end of the day, did the military department spend all of their appropriation? And if they didn't, then it will reduce the amount that the state has to provide higher education. I just kind of want to put folks on notice that there's a chance that we violate by a small amount the higher education maintenance.
Mr. Chairman.
effort.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Richards, if the state were to violate that maintenance of effort, it just means the state would have to put more money in. It does not mean that we would have to return all of the federal funds that were contributed. Is that correct?
Correct. So, for example, and this is the reason I'm kind of no surprises. It's possible that we visit next January when we have a little bit more information on expenditures, and there is a request to say staff would encourage $1 million to the university and $1 million to community colleges, or pick your distribution. I'm not going to suggest who gets what. Be made effective immediately, so that those funds apply in that fiscal year 22. With respect to K-12 maintenance of effort, we have run the scenario or the computation on that. The department is still in discussions with the federal Department of Education with respect to the maintenance of effort calculation. So I won't impede upon their presentation at 11:30, but I will say the state likely has some capacity, meaning we're not on the edge like we are on higher education, that there's likely a fair bit of capacity between the state's maintenance of effort and the appropriations made during the 2021 session. Maintenance of equity, on the other hand, is for the state intended to prevent disproportional per pupil funding reductions to schools and districts that serve a higher population of low-income students, and prevent any funding reductions below FY 2019 levels for school districts that serve the highest populations of low-income students. For that first criteria, the threshold is set at districts serving the 50% of the lowest income students, not the 50% of the districts, but 50% of the student population. The second criteria, the threshold is set at districts serving 20% of the poorest or lowest income students. The maintenance of equity provisions are intended to prevent funding and staffing cuts to those high poverty school districts. Like the maintenance of effort, the The maintenance of equity regulations just came out in the middle of last week, so there's been less time to digest those. I don't believe the Department of Education staff have calculated a preliminary amount. LSO staff, Matt Wilmarth, has. It's preliminary at this time. I would say that we expect some unusual or unexpected results. First of all, the guidance does not outline a waiver. A waiver is provided in the maintenance of equity, or excuse me, maintenance of effort. There is no federal process for a waiver on maintenance of equity. It also seems that the provisions could yield unexpected or perhaps unusual results among Wyoming school districts, giving the interaction between Wyoming's model formula and the federal limitations. Basically, the federal limitations is all about proportionality. Everything must be cut at the same percentage rate. No school district can be treated differently. Well, our funding formula, as I think Senator Kinski on the recalibration committee recognized, nothing is proportionate in there. The student enrollment characteristics, the faculty characteristics, the geography characteristics are all particular. So if you cut transportation, some districts are going to be impacted differently than other districts. So you're going to end up in all likelihood with schools, a limited number of schools where the state adheres to the maintenance of effort, but the maintenance of equity requires a hold harmless to districts with the greatest percentage of low-income students. And it's quite possible that you will have a few districts raising some maintenance of equity issues in the coming 2 years.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so Don, could you give us an example of that? Because it seems very counterintuitive, because our whole education finance policy is based upon giving every student across the state an equal education, and sort of equality is the mantra of all of the Campbell 2 decisions. So it's sort of counterintuitive that there'd be an equity issue. Do you mind just giving us an example of why that plays out, or how that would play out in that way?
Mr. Chairman, you're exactly correct that the state system and the federal proportional system do not meld well together. I would also suggest that there are not many states that are in the same position that Wyoming is. We have a unique formula, funding formula, which takes into account both local resources and the state guarantee, or excuse me, the entitlement, summing up to the guarantee. So that set of characteristics is often not the case in many other states. And it's certainly possible that a school district's appropriation based upon faculty's years of service, seniority, even direct reimbursables like Department of transportation expenditures, or even student characteristics may result in state appropriations that are not proportional to a neighboring district. And the federal system is all about proportionality. And that's where we run into these challenges, if you will. I don't think it's going to be a major issue, but I do think it is going to raise its head in some unique circumstances. Mr. Chairman, I'll skip the slide 14 on higher education, but before leaving, I did want to at least comment on the other bills, the 4 bills that the legislature did adopt in the 2021 session. As an indication of legislative and gubernatorial support, those 4 bills provided, in my terminology, a place in line, but they did not appropriate any of the funds for those particular activities. House Bill 10, you'll recall, was the large business relief program. Again, no money associated with that, but for the recollection of the committee, the appropriation initially started at $10 million. The appropriation was struck from the bill during your work on that. Senate File 50 provided a ag business program. That funding was initially $80 million. Again, the appropriation was removed. A sidelight on that is the governor has the full flexibility to do, for example, the meat processing program now. But another program that would not relate to meat processing, let's say it's support of sugar beet growers or grain growers or cattle producers, that would be a new program. And the governor could arguably not create a new program until September 1st. Senate File 58 was the Wyoming Investment in Nursing Program. Initially, that program included a $264,000 appropriation, so a pretty small appropriation in the grand scheme of these four bills. Recall the Wyoming Investment in Nursing Program is an existing program. So there's nothing prohibiting the executive branch from moving ARP money into that program today or tomorrow. I'm not suggesting he should or shouldn't. I'm just saying that the mechanisms exist, unlike the ag business, to pursue that without any delay. And then House Bill 197 is for broadband internet access. It was initially appropriated at $40 million. Again, the appropriation was removed. That is, that qualifies under the ARP Act. Broadband is a specific permissible use. There was also a prior program for broadband. So to the extent the executive branch desires to proceed with broadband activities using ARP funds, they could do so today, tomorrow, or down the road if they so desire. So at least wanted to put those on your radar.
So just follow up on that. So it seems to me like two of the four programs pretty much, if the governor wanted to move ahead, he could fund two of those programs, the nursing program and the expansion of broadband. The other, though, you're saying it'd be new programs, but in the event, since the legislature created them but delayed the appropriation, are you saying that they're not created and the governor couldn't move ahead with the other two?
Mr. Chairman, I think there's no question that governor could move ahead with the other two on December 1st.
On September.
Or excuse me, September 1st.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, you don't have to answer. Give that some thought. Anyway.
I think it is possible, and let me look at that. It's possible that they could move forward immediately.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Richards? Thank you, Don. Good job. Thank you for you and your staff. I know you don't do it all alone. Well, next time on our agenda is a break, but I don't know why we're doing a break at 9:30. But so let's go ahead and let's jump into the governor's update if we can. Y'all ready? You want the break? Oh, okay. We'll take a break then. We'll await His Excellency's arrival. Okay, thank you. Don't step in front of the governor. Hi, Liz. Eyes. Good morning, Governor. How are you?
Chairman or co-chair?
Well, I'm chairing, but we're co-chairman, but I'm chairing today. I lost the flip. I lost the contest. Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
Is it okay if I take some photos with my phone during the governor's testimony if I know?
Why don't you ask, let's ask Rennie. Go ahead and ask. I don't care. Let's go ahead and ask Rennie. Do you know who Rennie is?
Yeah,
Rennie
Rennie
McKay?
McKay,
Yeah, ask Rennie if it's okay. I'm okay with it. Governor, the governor may not be. I don't.
The LSO just said I need
We're
to
on,
ask the chair.
yeah, well, I mean, we're on YouTube anyway, so
Right,
it's
right.
not like we're not being photographed already.
Okay.
So-
I'll ask Rennie to make sure.
Okay, yeah, just make sure it's with the governor. Get him. Governor, you can sit wherever you want. Glad to have you, Governor. Welcome. So we'll go ahead and bring this back to order. And Governor, we're happy to have you here today. Why don't you, we've got you down here for an update on CARES and our Act funding. So we'll go ahead and turn time over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. It's an honor to be here today. I have a few prepared remarks, and I'm joined by a number of members of the team that put together the report, Corin Schmidt, Robin Cooley, Josh Durrell, Meredith, Stefan, and Erica. So if there are details that we need, they are the people that have that ability to give you more in depth. But I really want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. And it has been an honor to work with you these past several months and to have the beneficial relationship we have addressing these problems. And I think that's been good for Wyoming. I wanted to address this committee this morning to present the strategy for Wyoming's recovery from the pandemic. As you know, we set out to figure out what Wyoming's needs were to survive this pandemic, what the negative impacts resulting from it were, and then to determine what could be done to better drive to a future where all Wyoming can thrive. At its core, this strategy is based on a belief that since this money is essentially borrowed from our grandchildren and our grandchildren, we have the obligation to be wise in providing lasting benefits for the sake so that they too can enjoy some of the benefits. My office submitted a report outlining the strategy last week to this committee and published that yesterday for the public. So I won't go into the specifics that can be found in the report, but I would let you know again that we have others here that can help to describe the details of it. I did want to address a couple of important considerations, however. To start with, let me say that Wyoming is recovering and we have some time to do things with care. We do not need to be in a rush to spend these funds. And in fact, we benefit by taking our time. Taking our time will allow us to make wise decisions on how to use the money, but also because it allows us, the state, to seek flexibility and clarity from the federal government on allowable uses of these funds. We need to emphasize our ability to avail ourselves of the discretion and flexibility that we need to spend these funds to solve Wyoming-specific problems. Wyoming handled the pandemic differently than other states, and we are ahead of other states in our recovery from the pandemic. I have the occasion on a biweekly basis now to compare notes with my fellow Republican governors. And it is interesting to note that Republicans, generally speaking, are seeing similar types of recovery, but others are having some difficulty. We are still dealing with impacts of the pandemic, to be sure, but the impacts in Wyoming are not those that are in California or New York. We have been strategic and use our partnerships and spending of these funds. There are many needs, but we will do our best if we use these funds together, thinking about it carefully and making investments that will make a difference. This report lays out several priority areas that, if wisely addressed, will allow Wyoming to flourish in the future, not just bump along for a couple of years. We should avoid the temptation of trying to sprinkle pixie dust on every little tiny problem. If we all spend small portions of the money without any cohesive plan, it will add up, and we will give up the opportunity for the state to make big beneficial investments for the future. We need to make sure that we understand the availability of other funding for each project proposed for the recovery funds. Billions of dollars have come into the state through federal relief packages. I understand Mr. Richards has given you some briefing on that just moments ago. It is my contention that we need to make all of those dollars count. Additionally, each project proposed should be evaluated by agreed upon criteria. And I believe those criteria could be, they must have a long-term impact and a return on investment, not replenish budget cuts unless the replenishment can be sustained, be sustainable and not add this to the state's ongoing financial responsibilities, support stimulus over relief, and where possible, leverage the dollars through matching or buy-in programs, create capacity for the future, and lastly, benefit a wide group of citizens. We are already working to solve Wyoming's problems. Let's continue to do so and develop recommendations that will propel Wyoming into a thriving future. I look forward to your feedback over the coming days and weeks about the report, and particularly the goals that we've outlined. I also want to thank Chairman Nicholas for his work on this planning. And I also thank President Dockstader, Speaker Barlow, and Senate Majority Floor Leader Driscoll for their work since the session on this planning effort. We also had great contributions from the presidents of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association and the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. I specifically want to thank Converse County Commissioner Jim Willix and Cody Mayor Matt Hall for their contributions in this. I think this demonstrates that Wyoming is standing together in this effort. Last year, from where I stand, we had a very beneficial partnership to develop ideas and programs that made a difference for Wyoming, and I commend the legislature for their wisdom on this. The input from legislators helped shape important projects like Connect Wyoming, and legislators helped drive some of the greatest efforts like the Charitable Relief Program that rolled out at Christmas. I hope we build on those successes and move ahead, analysis and planning to reach shared goals. From the executive branch, please reach out directly to the cabinet team that built this plan. Again, Director of Development of Workforce Services, Robin Cooley is here. Director of Family Services, Corin Schmidt is here, and CEO of the Business Council, Josh Durrell. Acting Director of the Department of Health, Stephen Johnson, is here to provide and has provided a big lift by developing the ongoing COVID response plan. From my office, in my notes here, it says Randall Luthi is here. He is fishing today. So please note that. Yeah. But Rennie is here, who worked on this, as is Meredith Essay, who has supported the governor's office in the last few months, working hard to facilitate this planning effort. I would like to talk briefly about the immediate work we are doing on our COVID response and to help Wyoming emerge from this pandemic as strong as possible. In the report, these ideas are outlined in the survive phase. Clearly, when you must continue to protect lives and have a robust COVID mitigation plan, That is funded using direct grants from the Department of Health. I also believe the Department of Education, community colleges, and UW are wisely using their direct grants to address COVID at this time and help students. Another focus is getting people back to work, and we have put 12 million into the Energy Rebound Program to stimulate hiring in the energy sector, and hopefully we'll see that recover more substantially as the summer goes on. Additionally, I have put 5 million into tourism support and 6.5 million into outdoor recreation via our state parks. I have also allocated 2 million to support for agriculture and meat processing. We want more people working in our core industries. Beyond that, we are doing a lot of planning for when the FEMA reimbursement comes to the state. The pillar of my planning for those funds is to provide tax relief for businesses impacted by the pandemic and to help them hire people back. Director Cooley is here and can help with the details of that proposal, but we are moving to have that ready to go in 2021. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, that's a high-level overview. I look forward to the opportunity to engage with you on some conversations. And again, thank you for your time today and the opportunity to speak with you. And especially thank you for your work and your wisdom and the collaborative way that we've approached the jobs that we all share together going forward. So thank you.
Are you going to stay with us for a while, or you've got other things to attend to and you're going to turn it over to your team?
I think I have some time here, so I'd like to see how my team does. But I'm happy to do this. They probably want to see how I do as well.
So you can stay here and watch them in person, or you can go back and you can watch them on your screen. That way they wouldn't know you're watching them. But anyway.
No, I'm happy to stay here for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any particular questions for the governor?
Mr. Chairman.
Sure, go ahead, Representative Steph.
Mr. Chairman, Governor, I'm very supportive of your Wyoming Innovation Network because I think it provides potentially great long-term return on investment. In the proposals memo that we got, I didn't see a reference to it. And is that because do you not believe that the ARP funds can be used for the Wyoming Innovation Network, or is that still, or do you believe that ARP funds can be used for the Wyoming Innovation Network?
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, Representative Stith, we are looking at the opportunity to make that those ARP funds go towards those kinds of educational pieces in time. Thank you for your support of that and recognizing the value of that initiative. It is my view, and Rennie, I think you and I have talked about this. It is my view that this is the sort of thing that we can look at over a longer haul. You all restored some funding this year to education, which is meant to help support the WIN initiative. We're still reminding the fellows and gals that have a lot to do with that in fact was part of the WIN initiative. So thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Go ahead and we'll go ahead and it's the presentation is yours, so you can tee them up and light them up as in the order that you want.
Sure, Rennie.
Mr. Chairman, Rennie McKay, I'm Governor Mark Gordon's policy director. So thank you very much for giving me a little time too here. So I'll just dive into a little bit of the specifics of how to actualize that strategy that the governor just walked through. And so we can move through that. And I want to echo what the governor said there, that I'm just very appreciative from where I sat. And I don't know how often you hear this, but from folks who've looked in from the outside, and especially those who've worked in other states, I received the compliment that Wyoming did very well in how it managed the CARES Act, both in terms of transparency and the governor's efforts there on budget transparency, the auditor's efforts on budget transparency, I think did something that was rare in the country. But the other compliment that I received was that the legislature and the executive worked well compared to other states. And I just think that it credits all of you. So I thank you for everybody who got involved in CARES Act last year. And also I just want to point out that you've got some pretty amazing staff. And so your willingness to have us partner, not only relationship wise between us, but also with your staff and the expertise that they have. I think made Wyoming a lot more successful last year, and I think will set us up to go forward. So I just thank you very sincerely from a staff's perspective on how this all works together. So as the governor walked through that, we've got a real focus this year on survive and manage the crisis that that remains and any impacts that remain. And what puts us in a good position is that we do have some CARES Act remaining with the deadline that we ran into and the time frame that we were given, unfortunately, by the federal government to not get an extension until the very last minute. We did rush at the very end, but I think we still used the money as wisely as we could. But now with the rest of this year to administer it, it gives the governor and all of you to work together on some other big programs. And as the governor said, that pillar of 2021 is going to be that support for businesses on that impact that they have felt so directly, and that's on their unemployment tax rates. So that's a big thing and for us going forward. So again, we really focus on that survive phase here in 2021, but also starting to plan for next year. And so as conceptually is trying to implement what the governor's laid out for our strategy is, again, 2021 is managed crisis well. When we turn the calendar over, we're really focused on that big picture and the long horizon. And so, just a couple of other points there. Here in June, there's going to be work continuing on further FEMA applications for that reimbursement. Already, I believe $45 million of applications are in, $41 million are in with FEMA for consideration at this time. We should know by about September, we hope, if that will be completely reimbursed. And the Office of Homeland Security, the Budget Department with Director Hibbard and Ms. Legursky, who's also here with me today, are all working very hard on those FEMA reimbursements to make sure that we maximize the COVID dollars so we can stretch those as far as possible. We'll also be working with your team again on the lost revenue calculations to finalize that number. And the other big task for the executive branches is completing those payments. So we have the dollars from the federal government for the municipalities, and now it's distributing those. And I will just give you one caveat. Vice President Hicks mentioned this. There is an allocation figure that is out there, and we must have those distributed within 30 days of receipt of those, and that puts us right at the end of June for when we have to have those sent out. If we have the information from the municipalities that we've asked for, which are accounting, paperwork, but they also must commit to the legal requirements of ARPA. And so we do anticipate that it's possible that a municipality may not want to accept it. And if that happens, then there would be a recalculation. And if a municipality does not accept it, those funds, then those dollars are put back in the pot and spread across the rest of the municipalities within the state. So those numbers could change subject to what we have as allocations as of today. Next month, I think we will really take the goals that the governor's laid out in that strategy and dive further into our planning for what the specific approach for reaching that goal may be. And so we think that if there's that opportunity to work with any legislative committees or legislators on some work groups, the executive branch would really look forward to that. We'll be looking forward to working with other key stakeholders. And as the governor mentioned, the cabinet team that has worked so hard on this report is here, and so they could dive into any of the specifics on those goals. Also in July is when comments are due on what the ARPA rule is as of today. So in the challenges, as Mr. Richards mentioned, the guidance and the frequently asked questions has already changed in a couple of weeks since it was first came out. We're also looking at a draft rule from the U.S. Treasury right now, and comments are due in July on that. So we'll be submitting comments to the U.S. Treasury and really pushing for flexibility. So again, we'll be doing a lot of administration of the CARES Act and keeping those programs moving through July and August, and really working on that drive phase, which is the planning, the analysis to develop the best solutions for the Thrive future that we all hope to realize. So again, September, that's when we expect we will probably get some responses from FEMA, and reimbursement will happen. And also, as per your statute, the governor gains new authority to launch some new programs per Senate File 118. And so that's when, again, the tax relief to businesses, we hope can realize that program in its entirety and see what else remains, and if there's anything that needs to be acted on immediately. So throughout too, as we've turned the fiscal year over, there'll be a big lift by Director Hibbard to be working with those funds and to find out the eligible expenses that you brought up, Mr. Chairman, that may also be fit within the lost revenue guidance, and also outside of that to maximize the options for the future, because the last thing we want to be doing is cutting budgets again soon. So ideally, we're just creating a better positioning Wyoming for the future with the smart allocation of those ARPA dollars, and especially the lost revenue part of that. And I know that'll be also a focus for local governments through this summer. So we'll continue to work with them. And obviously, we'll see you in November. The governor will be back here to present his budget with you in December, but have that out to you in November. And so also through November and December, if there's any programmatic legislative proposals that I think are necessary to realize any of those long-term goals, would be working through committees with all of you on any potential proposals that help administer those ARPA dollars well, and especially if we're talking about new programs that perhaps don't fall within Senate File 118, or as we look at the capital, what's their term, Mr. Richard, but the capital facilities that's mentioned, that's actually really focused on connectivity. So, there's a lot to learn still this year from the federal government. I think that'll be our main focus. So that was just a quick overview for you on how we plan to implement all this.
Thank you, Rennie. I think we have a question from Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Rennie. Question. Before we get too far away from the CARES Act money, there was one last tranche in the program in the Business Council funding, the Endurance Fund, that was opened up late last year. It was not funded in total, and there were a lot of folks who were approved, but there was no money to fund that program. Has there been any talk? And Governor, I'll look at you too on this one if you want to chime in. I know I think it's extremely important that we're doing the Energy Rebound Program, and kudos for that. But a lot of folks who were approved in that program are constituents who want to know, is that coming back? And just wonder if there'd been any talk about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Senator Guru, thank you for that question. That endurance program was the final program that we ran last year. And as Mr. Richards went through, there was a lot of relief that came directly both to private citizens and also to businesses. The second largest tranche of money, besides the direct payments to individuals from the U.S. Treasury, was through the PPP program. So we've had a lot of money go into that relief area. And CEO Durrell is here, so he could talk to you because he's done a lot of outreach over the last 2 months to talk to the business community too about what best positions us to survive this year and to thrive in the future. And the relief was not a focus as much as it was last year, obviously. And that said, that tranche that you were talking about, I believe we had over $100 million still in pending applications. So Mr. Durrell could correct me if I'm wrong on that. And so as the governor looked at options and we made recommendations, the Energy Rebound Program is not meant to be relief. So we just want to clarify that. That program is a jobs program that the goal of that is to get more people hired and to get businesses spending into the economy in ways that they wouldn't have. The same thing is true with the meat processing and also with the tourism program that the governor has funded with CARES Act so far this year. So those are, the main issues. But again, last year, the state through the discretionary CARES Act put $470 million into businesses. So that was where the bulk of that money went. And about $42 million went into the energy program. So $470 million went to business relief. And the other good news about what you brought up, Senator Grew, is that the only businesses that did not receive a check in that program had already received money from the state and potentially as well as PPP. So everyone who applied, every business that applied for relief that was eligible received it in 2020. It would have been a second payment that was not funded at the end of last year.
Another question from Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Durrell had a follow-up for Senator Garew's question, or did you get that? Mike, did you get your question answered?
Go ahead,
If I
Senator.
could,
You
if
want
I
to
could
follow
follow
up?
up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to make it clear, I just want to know, I have folks call me and they say, hey, I got approved for this. And then I've never heard another word about it. And so the question for me is, and I'm not judging, I think you're absolutely right. I think that we did better than any state in the union by any measure on helping businesses. And my business won the cut relief. And I can tell you, it made a difference for me. But the folks just want to know if that's a done deal, fine, then put it there. And I know there's going to be other programs, and that's kind of why I tell them, I go, let's see how this develops. But since I had y'all here, I wanted just to ask the question so that way I can give them a definitive answer. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, Mr. Chairman. So we'll provide more information to you, but I think really what we're trying to do is figure out how to go ahead as opposed to figuring out what we solved last year. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Kinski.
So my question, Mr. McKay, and if I've got misdirected on an assumption here, I'll leave it to you or Mr. Richards to straighten me out, because this tangle of programs is quite a Gordian knot. Pardon the pun, Governor. But given that there's a large amount of funds from the first CARES Act that's pending, and that they have to be expended by December 31, 2021, and given that Senate File 118 revived a lot of the programs from last year for which you already have the rules, does it make sense to start taking grant apps in now, get them vetted, and get them ranked so that when we finally figure out the swap out of FEMA with CARES and so forth, that we're ready to go? Because if we wait much longer, these folks will be caught again in that issue of trying to get it all done by December 31. Where are we on actually opening up for grant apps at this point on CARES Act money?
Mr. Chairman, so in terms of reviving all of the programs, there just isn't enough funds. So as Mr. Richards went through, we don't know precisely how much money we will have after the FEMA analyzes our applications. So as of today, there's $67 million left. A portion of that is encumbered and so will be spent already. And then there's 20 million that cannot be spent except on grants from last year that were approved. It's grants, programs, or projects or procurements that were approved in 2020 but not funded because of the deadline. So we do not have a large number of those in the end. Those dollars can only be spent under that arrangement. So we are scouring every procurement even to look to see if there are any of those. So we might have to return $20 million. So the short answer is we're not going to take applications for grants, to kind of what Senator Guru's program point was, because we do not think that there's going to be very many programs that we can run in 2021. So we don't want to create an impression with a hospital or any other entity that some program could get funded after September 1st, and we'd ask them to do some sort of work on that when there's more flexibility. There just isn't enough funding. So we think with the unemployment tax relief, that will be a pretty sizable use of the dollars that are left. And that should probably be our focus for this year.
Thank you. Go ahead and continue.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I think the other thing, Senator Kinski, that we should bear in mind is that the programs under CARES have to be related to pandemic consequences. And part of the issue here is now that we are recovering, that those consequences aren't quite the same. With one exception, and we may want to discuss that to some degree. I know Representative Larson came down yesterday, and that exception is what's happening to unemployment insurance, where we went from a historically low unemployment rate to a record year of unemployment, and then presumably will sort of approach a lower rate in the future. So how do we, within the statutory confines and rules, et cetera, how can we find a way to level that out so the impact to industry and businesses is not as severe as you would see? These are extraordinary circumstances, as you know, and I know you and I have discussed this issue too. So I think one of the things we're looking at is how we can try to do the best job we can to sort of level out that experience rate.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, and if I'm misunderstanding here, somebody set me straight, but $60 million for the unemployment insurance, I applaud that. I support that. What we heard is the range of funds could be substantially in excess of that, depending on what happens with the FEMA money swap out. And some of those programs from last year that were revived, it wasn't just a function of whether you had been submitted and denied because you couldn't get it done by the deadline. But I thought, for instance, expansion of our healthcare response capacity for the epidemic, I thought we completely revived that program in Senate File 118, such that it would seem prudent to me, if this is accurate, Don, you'll have to correct me, if that's accurate and we do have some funds in excess of the 60 million to UI, it seems prudent to tell the hospitals, for instance, now, get your grant apps in, because we're against a December 31, 2021 deadline. We don't know that we can give you the money. We don't know we'll have the money. But if we wait till we sort all this out, it may be too late to meet that deadline. Is what I'm asking makes sense?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, just to be clear, the remaining CARES dollars we're looking at on a number of programs, not just for unemployment. That's one. Two, I think to your point, and Stefan is here, we're trying to do whatever we can to revive certain programs, but they have to be, to my point I made earlier, somewhat sustainable, because if we have to just curtail the program again, that is particularly problematic. Now, we all know that particularly mental health and other types of support are incredibly valuable, and that's really what the team is working on. But my point is that we can't just reinflate if we've still got a hole and it's going to end up in the same place within a few months. And to the point about FEMA, the FEMA reimbursement is not a guarantee. It is a long process. I just recently found out that the 1949 blizzard would not have met FEMA guidelines. And so we are now discussing, exactly what those guidelines should look like with FEMA. There's a process that goes through that. So we wanted to make sure that we preserved our ability to respond as best we could in the process.
So, Rennie, you mentioned that you've done, I think I heard you say $41 million worth of FEMA applications are being prepared. Did I hear that right?
Mr. Chairman, those have been submitted. So we're all preparing the next, we'll be submitting another application for 17 million is one bucket. And then there's 27 and 15 after that. So there's going to be 3 more applications that we'll be putting in concert with our consultants who have, as you pried out of them too, they've got good experience with FEMA. So they're usually successful, but they're certainly, those numbers could change.
So that would be an additional 44 plus 15. So that's roughly 60 million plus the 41. So a total of roughly 100 million in applications. And my question is on those dollars, if FEMA money substitutes it, and what are the restrictions on any of them or each one on the applications you submit on the dollars that come back? Are they go to general fund? Are they limited to CARES Act expenditures guidelines? And what's your plan in order? It's assuming that you get all of it. Do you have a plan to expend all of it, of what we get back? And if, what is that plan?
Mr. Chairman, I'll get help from Ms. Legursky if I err on this, but so those funds go back into the CARES account, that CRF account managed by the auditor. So they are restricted to the same uses as CARES Act dollars if we are successful. And I think you're absolutely right. I don't think we should anticipate all of that. But we're going to try for everything we can. And there are complications, obviously, as we look at where the existing 67 million is, but with 20 being restricted and possibly having to be returned, then we will be chasing uses of those. But essentially, to Senator Kinski's point, we have a plan for the dollars and don't anticipate that there would be enough to do something like the healthcare hospital program again. But after September 1st, there are some other possibilities too of new programs we could stand up that could help the healthcare system, for instance, with that, but they wouldn't have to go through the SLIB program potentially. And especially if you're asking to do construction, it would be very hard to do construction between September 1 and December 31st. And I think with the calendar year deadline, we want to avoid that if at all possible in expending dollars and having subrecipients have to manage towards the end of the calendar year, because that is not helpful to anybody.
Thank you.
So is that, you're not concluded yet, are you? Or are you?
Mr. Chairman, I can go for hours. But I can be done too. No, that I don't have anything else for you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We appreciate your time. It's it continues to be an exercise in negotiating the bureaucracy of the federal government and strings that come from federal money. But appreciate your efforts. We know that you guys have been tireless. I mean, this has been a heck of a time to be the governor of Wyoming or any state for that matter. And recognize you guys have been putting in long days and long hours. Thank you for your work and your staff's work on so many people across the state of Wyoming. With that, are there any other questions before we move on? Thank you. Governor, again, thank you for your time today. We appreciate your efforts and your leadership, and Godspeed. I'm gonna circle back. I was supposed to take public comment on after the presentation of Mr. Richards this morning. So we'll circle back and take a little bit of public comment if there is any on. We're talking. We'll go ahead and take public comment on the at least our background American Rescue Plan the Wyoming 2021 legislation. If there's anybody who wants to make public comment, please, we'll go in the room, and we got anybody on, don't have anybody in the waiting room. So now we're just in this room. And so if there's anybody else if anybody wants to make public comment with respect to item 2 on the agenda this morning, please come forward. And we're glad you're here. And please identify yourself and let us know what's on your mind.
Thank you so much. Chairman Committee, Governor, I'm here in the capital city. And I want to thank you for your tireless efforts in utilizing these ARP funds. Thank you to Mr. That I glazed over about an hour ago. It was a lot. And it made me all the more grateful for your service. I wish that the only reason I was here today was to thank you for your work, to cheer you on. You don't get enough of that. But today I'm here to bring attention to the most important bill that we should be discussing, one that hasn't been passed yet, and that's Medicaid expansion. There's a lot of talk today about stimulating Wyoming's economy, recovery versus relief. And with all of that talk, I'm disappointed that Medicaid expansion has not been brought up. The best way to shore up Wyoming is to make sure that our folks are healthy and able at every level, at every income, the service industry, the working poor. Healthy Wyomingites means a healthy economy and a healthy Wyoming. I show up to a lot of committees and share my Medicaid success story. I point to my family's years of support from Medicaid as it currently stands to thank for our current health, happiness, and success. And then I beg you all to extend that help to more of our friends and neighbors that so desperately need it. I took a new position with the Equality State Policy Center recently, and I'm tasked with collecting stories of folks that are most affected by our state's refusal to pass Medicaid expansion, a position that I am honored to hold. But I'm here today asking you to help me lose my job. I don't want it. It's heavy and it's heartbreaking. I have a text message with a name and number of a lead, a man I'm supposed to call whose friend and roommate died from lack of access to healthcare. When they could no longer pay the mountain of medical bills to treat their illness, they just stopped going to the doctor to receive life-saving treatment, and they died. I've been putting off calling this guy because what am I supposed to say to him? Sorry about your friend. Would you be willing to record a 30-second clip about your experience and urge your lawmakers to pass Medicaid expansion so that we can blast it on social media or trot them up here before you all, like some gladiator movie?
So I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
So we
absolutely.
were talking about the American Rescue Plan and the legislation that was going to come in with respect to House Bill 10, Senate File 50, Senate File 58, House Bill 197, none of which had to do with Medicaid expansion. So can you please help me understand the relevance of your comments with respect to the public comments on the American Rescue Plan and one of those 4 bills from 2021 legislation? This is not an open forum. This is a committee meeting.
Right. And
We're here to talk about the subjects that are on the agenda.
Right.
This is not on the agenda. I'm going to give you about 30 more seconds to wrap this up, but unless you're going to comments are going to go to the American Rescue Plan or one of those specific bills, then your comments are not in order. So you've got about 30 seconds to wrap this up.
I thought that because we were talking about recovery of Wyoming, I thought that this would be a place to discuss this. And with all due respect, the issue is just too important. People are dying.
The issue is very, very important. And there is a standing committee who is taking this up and is looking at that.
Absolutely.
This is not on the agenda today.
I know. And I'm so appreciative of your time. And I promise I won't take more
appreciate
than.
that. We've got a lot to do. And so you've got 30 seconds to wrap this up and then you're done unless your comments are about the American Rescue Plan or one of those 4 items of legislation. So go.
I'm just here asking you today to not just vote yes on Medicaid expansion or
But
bring
there
it
is
up.
no vote on Medicaid.
No, I
expansion.
know that we're not voting on it today. I'm asking for your leadership on this. You're doing such a great job and putting so much hours into it. And these people are still sick and are still dying. I'm not trying to waste your time. I'm
We're
not trying to
wasting our
rebel
time,
rouse.
but we're on that subject. So we're done. I take it you don't have anything else to say. So thank you for your time and thank you for your comments today. Is there anyone else who has other comments? Anyone else who has other comments? All right, thank you. Let's go on to the next agenda item. Next agenda item down is, I think, Mr. Hibbard, I think you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, I'll work through the little bit of technology to share a screen. Hopefully that all works out very well. Okay, look at that. Got it in one. Mr. Chairman, I'm Director Hibbard, the State Budget Department, and today I'd like to talk with you briefly about how we're going to, at a glance, keep track of the ARPA funds. It's important to understand the perspective. We're looking through the lens of the status of funds. This status of funds starts with, naturally, all center today's conversation on the 1.68 billion is the state relief. And then what it happens is naturally, here's the congressional appropriation. Here's the holdback, which we've discussed at length today. That'll be the second iteration. And what's available for appropriation or authorization. When we speak in terms of appropriation, it's legislative activity, clear and simple. When we speak in terms of the authorization, we're discussing at B11. There's one or two ways that you get an allotment of funds or allocate funds. So today, the only B11 that has been written thus far is for administration and the State Budget Department. I'll talk a little bit about that too, about the necessity of that. So with that, the most important at a glance feature of the status of funds is to say, in this moment of time, and we are going to be busy updating this constantly. Actually, we've agreed with LSO that we'll do it at Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock so we can sync with the financial systems at SAO for all activities associated with the B11 or appropriation or expenditure for that matter. So at a glance, what this means is when you pull this document up, you have $994,284 available to B11 and appropriate. Now there's some features inside of this. For example, we talked about CARES Act. Yesterday, I signed a B11 to bring back $21 million of funds that the agencies originally had B11, but they're not going to spend. So that goes back into that summary, that conversation that we had about the 67 million. This is true here too. Everything that happens in this has to take place with the journal inside of the Wolf financial system. If it's a B11, we bring up the legal authority in the 110 level. And then the agency is responsible to bring it up into the expenditure level. For example, we're not going to bring the money up that's in the State Budget Department until after July 1st. So we don't intend to bring the 120 level up in the Wolf. So we have a reconciliation so we know what the expenditure amount is going to happen. So let me repeat on this. This is the amount of money that Congress provided us and what actions the legislature and the governor had taken upon that to allot those funds. Like, for example, Senate File 118. You got the 18 million, you got the 20 million. That's legislative appropriated action on the CARES Act. Then what it shows you is what's there remaining to appropriate. Now, we'll be busy constantly. You know, if somebody's not spending their money, doing all those transaction-related activities. But this page of this status of funds just nails it. This is what policy makers in conversations need to know as we progress into November 11th and into December, and even in 23, 24 and beyond, because this ARPA money is going to cross bienniums. And just quickly on that topic, Chairman Nicholas, you asked, well, how are we going to track this? We're already busy with developing IBARs to be able to do two features that are very important. Direct allocations, you can do 300. You can do that as suggested by Director McKay through a piece of legislation. Those things are just direct, right? But when we get into this conversation about how we're going to handle the calculated, that's the 300 million, or the permissible, if we find the example that Mr. Richards provided as the public health lab, is it permissible to change the color of money, or what we're calling conserve? We're conserving general funds. That has to have a feature inside of the budget so you can see the reduction in general funds with the increase in ARPA money if it's conservation. First of all, and in what category conservation? Is it going to be the calculated amount, the 300 million, or is it going to be to the permissible amount? We're putting features inside of IBAR so you'll know how that's going to work. We all know that the IBAR's tables talk about expenditure table. Then you got your position table, and then you have your revenue table. We're developing the revenue aspect of this so that you'll see the line items that say this is the $300 million conservation of revenue. For example, we could take the Department of Corrections and we could take their entire budget and we could conserve it. But what would happen is we'd have to take the general funds down and bring up the ARPA dollars. It would be a net to zero, but at least now you'd know what your conservation is, how you can track that. And then naturally the money would be set aside in the general fund, conservation of general funds. Right? So what we want to know here is that there'll be a feature eventually inside of this that will take us to another tab. State Recovery Fund. Now the State Recovery Fund, the only B11 that we have in there is the $248,000 for the administration. We're trying to get in front of this. So normally, you know, you got 10% of the ERAP money, you got 10% of the ESSER money that they allow you to spend $20, $30 million. You know, we're talking $248,000 for the state budget department to get in front of some things that we can get into the budget for you. But what you'll see then is you'll see the detail tab. And I just switched to the detail tab. In the detail tab, you'll see exactly what's taking place with that program. And we will add a program and it will say calculated conservation of general funds. The target will be $300 million until we refine it, which we will do. We'll get a precise number as we move. We're in agreement that most likely 23, 24, we're not going to enjoy much, but we know in 2020 that we have a calculated amount of 300 million. It'll go in there and you'll see that. And not only that, you'll be able to see the actual expenditures. There's a need for people to understand, here's what we've done and here's what we've spent. For example, the corrections one is really dynamic. How much have you actually returned in conservation of those funds that we swapped with corrections, which we could start now if we wanted to. So then what happens is this. There's report requirements July 31st that we have to meet with the federal government. We will be working in consultation with the state auditor's office, state budget department, the governor's office, LSO, and we will post those just like we have in WIOPEN on the expenditure related information. You'll see them in the state budget department website. You'll see them at WIOPEN. You'll see them in Wyoming Sense. You'll see them in LSO will be able to test them. We talked about how you run a report in a particular day, in a particular moment of a day, so that you get the same information so you know that you can validate that this is the single truth. So the real aspect of this conversation today is that I want everybody to understand that the status of funds at a glance, the policymaker, that's the money that's currently on the table available to spend. So for example, we are in a process right now of bringing back $21 million of money that's in the CARES Act that agencies can't or are not going to spend. And that 21 million is actually in corpus in the calculation of 67 that's been discussed. So with the features that we're adding to IBARs, with a little bit of administration money, front end, the effort to get a consultant to help us with that, and then to help us get all the processes in place, what we really want to be able to do is when you ask Kevin or anybody else for that matter, what could we appropriate today, or what could we B11 today for what purpose? You have a number that you can rely on. And that's the status of funds. Look at that. ARP money. So certainly open up to any questions and certainly any improvements, any suggestions that anybody might have.
Well, thank you. I think we do have some questions for you, but thank you. I mean, this is obviously this is something that plagues us and plagues your office, trying to, keep track of the color of this money and restrictions that are attendant to it. So with that, go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Kevin, thank you, because it really does help. I was just wondering if we kind of had a similar, when you asked for suggestions, in my mind, I'm trying to track Director Johansson's department, the impacts of the various types of Medicaid enhancement and the impacts that'll have on our general fund savings. Are we able to track that similarly?
If I understand the question correctly, let's say, for example, that we were going to use ARP money inside of the Department of Health for a lift, and we intend to use the conservation of general funds, then the answer to that question is absolutely. You will see that trade-off taking place.
So I probably didn't ask it correctly. I see separate from the ARP funds, but yet part of the ARP Act is this infusion separately from the state funds of enhancement to Medicaid, which should offset in their budget a significant amount of general funds.
So you're speaking to a permissible activity. Absolutely. We've discussed this with LSO because we want to delineate those two things that are going to happen. One is we're shooting at $300 million. That's the calculated amount. Department of Corrections example. The permissible amount is the example that you just provided us that we can use ARP money for in the Department of Health.
I still think, Kevin and I still think we're missing it. Don, am I making sense to you? You've had these conversations.
Mr. Chairman, I think there are three activities, and Kevin has touched on the revenue replacement, and he's discussed the permissible purposes. I think if I'm understanding Representative Larson, he's talking about a direct grant, let's say a CDC grant, and how the Department of Health might be able to offset some general fund in that instance.
Yeah. And I apologize.
No, Mr. Chairman, there's no apology.
That's a question you could give us.
I think that,
I'm from Landon.
if it's in the existing budget, if it's in the standard budget, then the conversation that I had previously is going to be helped with the improvements of IBARs that we just discussed. When I started the conversation, I did mention the three. The direct, you can do that through the Section 300, you can do that through a piece of legislation, you can do that with what have you. And does a direct contribution then create a situation where we have conservation of general funds? Well, if it does, then it's not really direct in my mind because it's actually in an agency standard budget that they're currently spending. Then we have to go through the exercise in IBARs so that we can show that as a permissible use. But if it's directly through a grant, then we can use any tool that we'd like to use.
Okay. It's the process that thank you. You answered my question.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hibbert, thank you. So will this spreadsheet tell us whether ARP funds have been spent to conserve general funds or not? That is, will you be able to tell, yes, we displaced general funds, or no, we didn't, because these ARP funds were spent on something new, different after September 1st, for example?
Yes, the intention would be to have that facilitated here. And that would be facilitated on this page with, like I explained earlier, we have a 300 million. Right now, we are going to be shortly putting in our target $300 million for conservation. And then you'll see the actual expenditures associated with that. And you'll actually be able to see where that conservation is taking place in what agency, Department of Corrections, for example. It's very dynamic in that aspect. And then there's a permissible use and a direct use conversation that we all have to get to. But again, with all the detail that we'll be providing, I still want to go back to the fact that as policy, when you see this report, and we'll publish it regularly, you look at that cell, and it doesn't matter if it happens to be on the ESSER or the capital facilities, you can look at that cell and you can see what hasn't been appropriated for B11. That's where we want to gravitate over the next several years. It's crossing 2 bienniums with the ARP money. They stay in tune with that number. I heard conversation today. Now, certainly it's complicated because of FEMA and the applications that we have, and hopefully we're successful with that target. But several times today, we were talking about targets. With ARP, I want to be able to go to this and say, there's your number. And everybody have an understanding of it. And it's going to be complicated for us on our side of things, but that number is what is available to appropriate. And then you can decide how you want to do that. And these features of direct conservation of the $300 million or the conservation of permissible amount. And having it in IBARs so that we can meet the most difficult challenge in my mind is going to be when we come out of this, and we've done all the things we've just discussed, be able to build a 25-26 standard budget with all the right decisions, backing this away, putting back everything that needs to be put back in the place it is, so that the agency would operate on the same amount of money that they had prior to us going through the ARP process. That's the one point that scares me the most, is building 25-26 standard budget with all the things that happen. That's why we're going to put these new features into
Questions? I do have an unrelated question, just semi-related anyway. Going back to the FEMA application, when we talked about this back during session and became an amazing presentation, talked about that. I thought that in large part the applications for FEMA were to reimburse us for expenditures of general fund money that was expended for various COVID relief efforts. And I thought that was the case, but then, and maybe I misunderstood, but Randy, I thought you said that when that money came back, it was going to go back in the CARES Act amount, but it was replacing general fund money as opposed to CARES Act. So maybe I misheard, but I thought that a significant amount of the FEMA replacement simply went back into general fund money, thereby wouldn't have any restrictions other than how we spend general fund money. Is that incorrect?
Mr. Chairman, I do think that originally that there were some conversations regarding that. And then as we started looking a little further into the FEMA and the replacement, it was really to have the FEMA money replenish what we had given out in the CARES money and then swapping that offset there. Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, also the spreadsheet that Rennie was reading off of earlier, I did send that to Karen, and my apologies, it was late this morning. So you guys will get a copy of this to where you can see what those timelines are that Rennie was referring to.
Yeah, and just, I want to follow up on the FEMA stuff, just so we understand it better. So you said that an application for 41 million was submitted, and that's with help of our friends that are our consultants, is that right? So for that 41 million, what is it for specifically? What are we asking for? And what CARES Act dollars are we replacing? And what restrictions will there be on the CARES Act dollars when they come back, assuming that we get the money back?
Mr. Chairman, didn't introduce myself earlier, Erica Legursky, Policy Advisor for Governor Gordon. So for the 41 million that we did, it was with the Department of Health. And the first initial chunk that we did was for testing kits for the community testing sites. So that's what we're specifically asking FEMA to get a reimbursement for. So that will go to our FEMA Region 8 director down in Denver. They'll make those determinations and send us back a letter after they've reviewed that process to see if those testing kits are available. When that money goes back into the pot, we do not have to, again, return that into the same category, if you will, to give that to Department of Health for testing. That money will essentially be opened up and kind of unallocated within that 41 million. So that would just go back into the pot for us to use amongst all the programs that we've talked about today.
And so do we have any understanding of the likelihood of getting all 41 million and the timing of it? What do we understand the process is?
Mr. Chairman, when we've had those discussions, it's still kind of that 3-month process that they're looking at for FEMA to do that review.
3 months?
Mhm. We have heard that for PPE, there have been some other states that have done this that have been declined of getting reimbursed specifically for PPE. So that's where we made the distinction of let's try for those testing kits, because we have heard that there has been some reimbursement for testing and then also vaccinations, if you've done vaccinations through those, which we haven't. But that's where we are focusing more on the testing that we have given out. So I think for this one, my understanding, and Kevin, you may correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of this 41 million, that again, it's not a guaranteed, but we're a little bit more confident with that figure than we were on some of the other ones that we had looked at.
And so if it's a 3-month process and you just submitted the application, you've got July, August, September. And then the other applications, do you have a time frame of when you anticipate the 17, 27, and 15 million applications going out?
Mr. Chairman, we do. So we are on track according to, we have weekly updates with our office, the budget division, and then also Office of Homeland Security with our consultant. So we are running on track for the 17 million, which is for testing services and temporary medical staff. We would, 6/18 is the deadline that we would submit that to FEMA. There's the 27 million that is for additional testing kits that went to home individuals and on-site employer testing. That will be at the end of the month. We have June 30th as the pegged on-track deadline for that. And then the final submission of around 15 million would be for lab supplies and equipment. That is going to be looking towards the end of July.
So assuming it's all actually gets done in 3 months, I mean, it's going to be a short window then if you get 50 or 60 million out of the 100 you're applying for, that you're going to have expend that before the end of the fiscal year, correct? And so do you have a kind of a chronology mapped out so that you will have immediate places to expend the funds, just to make sure we maximize the expenditure on those funds or use of those funds?
Mr. Chairman. Yes, and to that point is one of the major things we're looking at are those options as we get later into the year where we can make a large expenditure quickly. So the unemployment tax relief is a great example of that. So we can do that with very quickly.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, just one piece of information, the general fund FEMA relationship that you were discussing earlier, I believe that was when FEMA changed the match from 75% to 100%. That's when the conservation general funds took place on that, which is separate from the clawback or the FEMA process we're talking about right now, where we're putting money back into cove fund through using FEMA dollars or to now match at 100%. So you're right, there was two little facets to that.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you and appreciate your work and continue to work with you and thanks for working with our team and keep at it the best you can. Thank you. All right, next item on our agenda is, I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but if we've got, I don't see, is Dickie Shaner here?
Mr. Chairman, they're online, so
They're
will be,
online.
participating.
Oh, okay.
remotely.
Yes.
Got a question for Dawn I'd like to address just a little bit.
Okay.
So the money that we received, the 534 million ARPA fund is sitting in an account. What are the restrictions on what the state can do as far as the idea that we're not going to spend a lot of this money immediately? We'll look at some of this general fund, but what are the restrictions on state's investment of that $534 million?
Mr. Chairman, and I would defer to the executive branch on this, but the requirements, as I understand them, for ARP is different than under CARES. CARES had to be invested, and any of the investment income is also under the same restrictions for expenditure that the underlying 1.25 billion was. Under the ARP guidance, I don't believe that states are under the same restrictions of expenditure of the investment income. With respect to the manner in which it is invested, the state treasurer's office is investing it in a very conservative manner, meaning like T-bills, T-notes, that sort of thing.
So, Mr. Chairman, along those lines, then, where will we see the accounting of any interest accrued associated with this count? And it gets back to Kevin, you know, the spreadsheet you showed, the unobligated balance, where will the revenues associated with any investment earnings on this show up also? So, Mr. Chairman, I was just thinking that maybe if it's so this is sitting in an account with the state treasurer right now, and he's investing this money. Is it going into pool A or treasury, as you said? At some point in time, it seems like we would like to have a conversation with the state treasurer. I'd like to know what his investment strategy is for these funds. I think that's a topic for another day. Certainly, it's something I think we ought to follow up on.
Okay, thank you. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going back to my question of Mr. Richards earlier, and I saw on that spreadsheet, ERAP is listed with no current allocations. And my understanding was we have till September, and then we have to return the unspent portion. Do we have any progress?
Spreadsheet on the back of ERAP is fully under budget, and they're progressing rapidly with expenditures and all the columns and programs populated. So we are moving fast. It's in the status of fund look. We'll see that B11 level one legal level rules stood up to reconcile. Expenditure authority inside the DFS is stood up to reconcile.
Thank you. I saw the karaoke mic being transferred. Does somebody else have kind of weighing on?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Corin Schmidt. I'm the Director of the Department of Family Services. Representative Schwartz, the deadline for the ERAP 1 funding has been moved to 2022, so September 30th, 2022. However, we have not received any federal guidance on any of the prospective return of unexpended funds. That was part of the original legislation. We are awaiting federal guidance on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Always nice to have you all. Thank you very much. Okay, anything else before we go to our friends at the WDE? We do want to recognize, we got a number of our directors from our departments here today, and we're glad to have you here today, and we appreciate your efforts during all this time. You guys have, everybody's put their toe to the wheel a lot in the last 18 months. Thank you for that. So with that, we'll go ahead, and we've got our friends, Mr. Shaner and Trent, we've got you guys over from WDE. We see you're on the screen, so we'll go ahead and turn the time over to you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, Dickie Shaner and Trent Carroll from Department of Ed, and thank you for having us here this morning. Before we jump into the memo, I just want
Turn it up a little
to,
bit, Karen. Please. Thank you. Go ahead.
before we jump into the memo, I want to start by just thanking Mr. Chairman, your LSO staff, Director Obrecht and Don Richards and Matt Wilmarth in helping us work through this very complicated maintenance of effort, ARP and ESSER equations that we've been dealing with now for months, as well as the state auditor's office, the governor's office, and the budget office. Everybody's really been a team effort and collaborative sorting through these numbers. So I just wanted to let you all know that, thank them as well. We provided a memo which talks about two of the primary sort of state funding maintenance requirements related to the American Rescue Plan Act, which for us, we refer to this as ESSER 3 because it's the third version of these ESSER funds, the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds that we've received since COVID. And so Trent will run through just the sort of basic analysis of maintenance of effort, maintenance of equity. And then at the end, we provided two tables, which are just for explanatory purposes only. The numbers are not finalized by any means, but we thought it would be really helpful to show you how we've been working with those other agencies that I mentioned to really drill down exactly what the maintenance of effort is going to be and what our projections are related to that. So we'll walk you through that at the end and certainly available for questions at any time. So Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, our Chief Operations Officer, Trent Carroll, will start on the memo.
Thank you, Dickie. Mr. Grant, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trent Carroll, Chief Operations Officer, Wyoming Department of Education. I hope you can hear me okay. So I'll run through some of the basics here around the maintenance of effort and maintenance of equity calculations. Mr. Richards did a fine job this morning of kind of highlighting the basic elements, but really with the maintenance of effort calculation that we have to do at the state level in order to receive these funds involves a calculation of state support for both higher education and elementary and secondary education. They're two separate calculations. And what we do to establish the baseline data that we will compare against is we look at the amount of state spending in each of those categories for fiscal year 17, fiscal year 18, and fiscal year 19. And we determine the percentage that each category is of the total state spend for those years. And it might be helpful if you look at the table the table's on page, the last page of the memo, page 4, as I'm talking here, so that you can kind of see the numbers in action. But really, we look at both of those categories. We total up the expenditures within each. So for higher ed, you can see we've taken the community college expenditures, the University of Wyoming expenditures, and then we've looked at the total state expenditures for those same years. And to calculate those numbers, we used source data provided by the state auditor's office. And we established a work group that included our agency, state budget office, state auditor's office, governor's office, and to make sure that we were including the appropriate expenditures for each category. Of course, our first priority in performing these calculations was to make sure that we were doing it in accordance with the guidance provided by the U.S. Department of Education. They had provided some guidance back in April around the calculation specifics. I will say that the guidance provided is fairly broad. There were some questions as we reviewed that, and in fact, we're still working through a few of those questions with the U.S. Department of Education. But the basic elements were included in the guidance, at least enough for us to perform a starting calculation. And that's what we did. We had a deadline of May 17th to provide our initial baseline data for each calculation. We submitted that before the deadline, and our calculations are currently under review by the U.S. Department of Education. We have had some contact with them over the past several weeks, and we expect those conversations to continue as we finalize the numbers. The maintenance of effort compliance verification happens for fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. And it's based on the same concept of the proportional amount expended in each of those two categories as a percentage of the total state spend in FY22 and FY23. So of course, we won't know our status with regard to compliance until after the completion of each of those two fiscal years, when we have a grasp on the total level of expenditures that happened. And Mr. Chairman, you can see on the memo, I referenced the dates that we have to report some of this data. The interim data for FY22 will be provided by the end of this calendar year. And then the final data for FY22 will be reported in the spring of 23. And then likewise, for FY23, we would report our interim in December of 22 with the final data for 23 reported in the spring of 24. So Mr. Chairman, I think I'll stop right there and see if there are any questions from the committee regarding the maintenance of effort calculation.
Thank you, Trent. Any questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Stiff.
Mr. Carroll, thank you so much. I find your table really enlightening and fascinating. Just to clarify, the total state expenditures line, do you mind repeating what's in that and what's not in that? And specifically, is education in that or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Stiff, good question. And I can just kind of walk you through table one. So you see that we have the two calculations separated into separate tables here. So table one is the higher education baseline calculation. So this is only looking at the higher ed expenditures relative to the total state expenditures. And then table two would be the K-12 or elementary and secondary education calculation. And that's looking at that category as a percentage of the total state spend. So for total state expenditures, we included pretty much everything that we thought was appropriate. There are only a couple of specifics called out in the guidance of things that must be excluded. One is capital construction. Two is federal funds. And then we also identified several funds within what we call the general fund reporting level, which is Fund 301, our segregated special revenue. And that mostly represents special revenue amounts that are transferred between state agencies. And then Fund 426, which is the investment manager fund. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know a whole lot about that. Director Hibbert could probably speak a little bit better to that one, but we did determine as a group that it would be appropriate to remove both of those items. And so you're looking at state funding with those exclusions that I just mentioned there in the state expenditure row for both table one and table two. And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any other questions, or we can move on to the maintenance of equity discussion.
Any other questions at this point? And how, I do have one quick question for you, and that is with respect to major maintenance. Major maintenance is not excludable as a capital construction. Is that specifically not excludable, or is that our assumption, or do we know?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellent question. That is one of those categories that is not explicitly excluded, but it is one of the areas that we will confirm with U.S. Department of Education in terms of the treatment of those costs. We included it in our initial baseline calculation, but if we receive further guidance that indicates we need to take that out, we will adjust.
All right, thank you. I'd like to stay on top of that if we could, please. Make sure that we're not including our baseline significant amounts that that may not supposed to be there. So thank you. Go ahead. If there are any other questions, go ahead and continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the second piece is what we call maintenance of equity. And the maintenance of equity requirements are specific to the ARP ESSER or the ESSER 3 funds. And we have SEA requirements, state level requirements, as well as LEA requirements that fall under this category. We received some guidance regarding maintenance of equity last week, I think late in the day Wednesday. And so we're still reviewing the 20+ pages of guidance. So certainly have a little more information today than we did a week ago, but we still have a lot of questions as well. And really looking forward to more information, some opportunities with the U.S. Department of Education to discuss their guidance and ask additional questions. But Mr. Chairman, the basic concept here, as Mr. Richards mentioned earlier, the intent behind this one is really to prevent disproportional cuts to low-income students. And so at the state level, the first requirement is that the state must calculate what they call the high need local educational agencies in the state. And we do that by creating a list, a rank ordered list of all the LEAs in the state and their percentage within the LEA of low-income students. So at the very top of that list would be the highest percentage, the district with the highest percentage. And then you work your way down that list until you get to the number of LEAs that equals 50% of the total state enrollment. And that is your list of high need local educational agencies. The second step is to calculate a per pupil funding amount for those districts. And then you ensure that you do not reduce those LEAs more than you've reduced all LEAs. The second requirement under the maintenance of equity at the state level is what they call the highest poverty local educational agency requirement. And that is essentially the exact same concept as what I just explained, except you're looking at the LEAs at the very top of the list and you're aggregating your enrollment until you reach 20% of the total enrollment. And the requirement of funding for those LEAs is that you have to maintain that per pupil amount at or above the amount in fiscal year 2019. And as Mr. Richards alluded to earlier, there are some concerns with regard to these requirements. We have a very unique funding structure in Wyoming, and there are certain things that can happen that will change the amount of state expenditures that are maybe not even related to the total amount of the guarantee, because we always have that mix of local and state revenues that feed into the total guarantee. So we are currently reviewing these requirements. We do not yet have our funding amounts finalized for the next school year, for fiscal year 22, which is the first year that we will have to perform these calculations. We don't know what those amounts will be yet. There are several pretty large variables at play here. One, we don't have our ADM finalized yet for the school year that just ended. We will receive that data this week, and then there's a process that we go through to validate the data. And then there's also some open questions around some changes from the last legislative session regarding the ad valorem taxes on mineral production. That will also have a big impact, could have a big impact on the amount of the total guarantee that is provided by the state next year. So those are the two basic requirements at the state level. And then we also have these two requirements at the LEA level. The first requirement, an LEA must ensure that they do not reduce funding within their district for schools that are serving the highest percentages of low-income students relative to all other schools in the district. And then likewise, that they have not reduced the number of FTEs serving students in their highest percentage schools of low-income students relative to the other schools. The methods that are provided in the guidance for calculating for an LEA to perform those calculations are somewhat complicated, and that's one area where we're still trying to understand the options that are available. We will continue to work through that process in the coming weeks, and we should know a little bit more soon. But that, Mr. Chairman, is a kind of a high-level overview of the maintenance of equity requirements as we currently understand them. I'm happy to answer any questions on that section.
Well, thank you. I do have a question. You know, as I'm thinking about this, and Don Richards brought this up earlier, but I'm just thinking about this. Are we going to inadvertently find ourselves in trouble? For example, if we go back and look, and I don't know if this is the case, but I'm going to say that let's say that we have a disproportionate number of the highest poverty in our two largest school districts, in Cheyenne and Casper. And so that's our highest need, but those are also, because of the economies of scale, they also get the least amount per student. On, you know, when we come down to that calculation, they have obviously they have lower amounts per student that are paid per ADM than you do in some smaller places. So are we going to inadvertently find ourselves in trouble because of proportionality? Because if that's the case, we're already paying them significantly less per student because they're going on proportionality and equity, and we're going on our basket of goods and the cost of delivering the basket of goods. We're going to find ourselves in trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a great point, and I think you hit it right on the head. We have, of course, a SIS funding structure in Wyoming that ensures an equitable level of education, but that level of education doesn't cost the same in every part of the state and every district in the state. And so there are some pretty big variances between school districts when you start talking about a per pupil amount. I would point out that the requirement is really a comparison of course, of your highest percentage districts relative to the cuts, if there were cuts, across all districts. And then within the LEA requirements, it's a comparison against their own level of funding for that fiscal year 19. And so it's hard to predict if we're going to have any problems. It's certainly a possibility. It's something that we are a little bit concerned about because of the way we fund education in our state, but I can't really speak to the severity of the issue until we can see what our projected funding looks like for the next school year. And that's when I think we'll be able to start to draw out and map out how that looks relative to fiscal year 19 for those districts that fall within that category that have to maintain at or above that level in FY22.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps it might be useful to give two examples, hypothetical districts. And one of the things I think WDE is looking at is whether or not this is the state's contribution or the guarantee, or whether that is the entitlement payment. Excuse me, the state's contribution would be the entitlement. The guarantee would be both local and state resources. So let's take an example. Let's say you have a high poverty district, District A. So they are in the hold harmless category. But at the same time, they lost a lot of enrollment. they're held harmless to the FY19 level of the guarantee or the entitlement, regardless of the other factors that occurred, i.e. they lost 100 students. So in that case, you could see where they may be held harmless. Therefore, unless the state increases their state funding for FY22 to at least the amount of FY 2019, we could be in violation. That's one hypothetical. Another hypothetical, unrelated to enrollment, let's say that the guidance requires the use of just the state entitlement, not the total. And that particular district had, let's say it's Jackson or something, had a significant increase in property taxes. So they, under our model, need less state support because they have increased local wealth.
Not only that, the recapture, how does that work?
Well, the recapture actually won't be an issue.
Okay.
But those that are right near the recapture could be, or if their local wealth increased, their state support would decrease. But if they are also a high poverty district, not likely in my scenario, but if they are a high poverty district, then we could be in violation of that maintenance of equity. So those are just two examples where there are some kinks. And we believe that there will be a few of those that raise their head, regardless of the definition interpretation.
So the federal government requirement might cause us to violate the Wyoming constitutionality with respect to full funding. Okay. Representative Stiff, did you have something, a question?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you. My question was answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Trent, what else? Anything else? Have you got anything else for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one final thing. I think this was mentioned earlier, but I'll mention it again. The maintenance of effort requirement does have a provision for a waiver if there is a violation. However, the maintenance of equity provision does not have a waiver provision. That's another primary concern as we are exploring this. And Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. And unless Chief Shaner has anything further to add, I think that concludes our presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Anything for Mr. Shaner or Mr. Carroll? Thank you. Dickie, we appreciate your input. It was vital.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Keep up the good work. We'll figure this out, I guess, as we move forward. Well, now we are, do we have anybody, do we have our Department of Revenue folks here today?
Mr. Chairman, rather than modify the Department of Revenue, I think if the committee desires, we could move to Elizabeth Martinow's presentation, which is about 20 minutes, give or take.
Is this on the unfunded? So we're going to bounce to the unfunded employee leave?
Yes.
Okay.
A&I is aware that she's presenting. I don't believe that they are quite prepared to present their portion before lunch. So I think they will hold over until after lunch possibly.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and we'll take that up. We'll let Elizabeth go ahead and present her thing, and then we'll take an early lunch.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. That's part of what I'm going to discuss.
You pull that mic a little closer, Elizabeth.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Martineau with the Legislative Service Office Budget Fiscal Division. And today I'm going to be presenting some information on interim priority number 5, the unfunded state employee leave liabilities and vacancy savings. To ensure that we are on the same page, we're going to be working on the June 7th white paper. It should have revised if you're online or using the digital version in the title, and it should have revised at the end of the subject line. Additionally, as we did some additional work in kind of the interim between when we sent you the materials and today, we found a few incomplete spots in attachment B. So what you also have on your desk, and that's the one we'll be referring to today, is an updated version of this guy. And he should also have the date 6/14 as well.
You have that, it's, should have, there was a list, I've got this one.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, in working on this white paper, I had the opportunity to work with the state budget department, the ANI HRD or Human Resources Division staff, as well as the state auditor's office. They were all incredibly accommodating, considering the data and information for this topic is not easily obtainable. So as to ensure that we're on the same page, we're on this white paper, we're starting on page 1, and I'm just gonna kind of walk you through when we first discussed this issue way back in March, I believe when you guys had your interim topics discussion, there were a lot of questions outstanding about what the leave liabilities look like, as well as what some of those vacancy savings uses were. And so we wanted to provide you with some background and some preliminary data and information just to make sure we had kind of a foundation so that if you needed any more work during the interim, we could go ahead and pursue that if it's available. So beginning in section 1, unfunded state employee leave liabilities. To begin, I wanted to kind of provide you with an overview of what these leave liabilities are and how they accrue, just so you can kind of have an idea of what that looks like. So first, leave liabilities, annual leave is in chapter 6 of ANI's rules, and that is based on the continuous completed service of an employee, and it accrues at certain amounts. And so for an example, an employee that has been with the state for 12 months or 1 year will accrue about 8 hours per month. Their maximum, so every year we kind of have a maximum cap. And so on December 30th, anything over that cap is lost by the employee. So for this person who's been with the state for 1 year, their carryover maximum is 240 hours or 30 days of leave. According to chapter 6 of the state compensation policy, when an employee leaves the state or if they pass away, their beneficiary gets gets paid back some of this time. And for annual leave, it is the current balance of that unused time. Moving into sick leave on page 2, again in chapter 6 rule, the chapter 6 rules of ANI, that is accrued based on the number of hours an employee works in a month. So if you work 160 hours, you receive 8 hours of sick leave. It's prorated for individuals who are between 40 and 159 hours, and anyone working below 39 hours doesn't accrue sick leave. There are no caps or maximums on sick leave and how much you can accrue. However, if a person does leave the state, or again, the beneficiary of the individual who's passed away gets paid out at a maximum of 480 hours, half of their, half of the current unused balance to a maximum of 480 hours. And so that is kind of how these hours are accruing. For annual leave, there is a natural kind of cap at the end with those maximums. At the end of each year, we kind of reset to that level depending on the employee's time with the state. Then this is kind of what I call the meat and potatoes of the question that you guys were quite interested in. And that is, what are the actual liabilities that the state has in a given year? We went ahead and asked the Department of ANI HRD to provide us some data. And we looked at fiscal year 2017 through fiscal year 2020. I thought it was appropriate to have 2 bienniums worth of information just to kind of see what these look like. And so if you want the details by agency, by fund, and by year, that's an attachment A. ANI was very gracious and kind in providing that information so you can see what a smaller agency, for example, may look like compared to health. But we didn't want to put that in the paper. It got kind of long in trying to put all of that detail. But when we did some analysis of what was provided, we found that the annual leave liabilities are about $40 million a year for annual or vacation leave. And it's about $32.8 million for sick leave a year. When we looked at what the payouts were, that's when we saw that the annual leave payout average from fiscal year 2017 through fiscal year 2020 was about $3.6 million for that annual leave or that vacation leave. And it's about $3 million for that sick leave. And both of these represent about 9% of our unfunded leave liabilities. Moving to page 3, One of the discussions that we had with ANI HRD and the state budget department was looking at kind of what mechanisms are agencies using to pay for these unfunded leave liabilities. As one of your staff during budget session, I get to hear kind of those conversations and discussions of agencies that either have a good time, they're able to cover these leave liabilities, or they kind of struggle with those leave liabilities. And so ANI and HRD and state budget department provide us with some mechanisms that agencies currently have that they can use. But we do acknowledge that in our look that some of the smaller agencies may have a comparatively harder time with some of these mechanisms because they may not have as much available to them. And so some of the mechanisms that they identified, vacancy savings, and that is one of the items that we will discuss in greater detail in section 2 of this white paper. So I'm not going to go into detail on that one right here. But then there's also opportunities for agencies to identify other funding sources if they have those available, such as special revenue within their budgets, to kind of transfer that to help assist with this. In some instances, if it's a federally funded agency, there's some indirect ways in which they can use funding, such as cost allocation, to address this. Additionally, there is the ability to do a transfer from outside of the agency using the governor's flex authority. Those are very rare, but that is an option. Finally, from 1993 through 2015, there was a legislative appropriation to the state auditor's office specifically for this purpose. And that was used, and I'll discuss that in just a moment, wasn't used quite as much. One of the things that I would like to point out as a caveat in our discussions with ANI HRD and the state budget department, something that's very important is that any discussion on how to address these leave liabilities is really to the discretion of the agencies. The budget department and ANI are very happy to help and assist in any way they can, but again, it is to the discretion of the director of that agency or that department to kind of determine what is best within their budget to handle these kind of complex issues. So to give you more of an idea, in 1993, way back then, there was an appropriation by the legislature as a part of its acceptable accounting principles, or GAAP accounting kind of overhaul. And so they wanted to provide some money to the state auditor's office to address these leave liabilities. And they provided an initial appropriation of $4.4 million. Quickly after that, in the 1996 session, that appropriation was reduced from $4.4 million to $1.4 million. And then in 2015, that appropriation, there was a provision set that appropriation would revert to the budget reserve account. One of the things that we wanted to note is that we are unable to get expenditure details for 1993 through 2007 in our research because of transition from paper accounting to various, electronic accounting systems, as well as retention policies. We were not able to get the details on how it was expended, but we were able to extrapolate that about $554,000 in that time period from 1996-ish to 2007, 2011 was expended from this account for unfunded leave liabilities. The state auditor's office and ANI HRD were very helpful in providing some additional information for the more current from about 2011 forward. So we're able to see that from 2011 through 2015, we expended about $98,000 of that remaining appropriation. And the agencies that went to are listed right there, as you can see, pretty small. And then in 2015, what remained of that $1.4 million appropriation reverted completely back to the budget reserve account, about $746,000. So that is the history of kind of unfunded leave liabilities, how they're accrued, and kind of when there wasn't a legislative appropriation that was available, how that was used. In our discussions with the budget department, they did note that if there was another appropriation, a similar appropriation, they would be willing to use that, but would adhere, and again, I will defer to Kevin, to Director Hibbert, to kind of provide more detail on that. They would probably use that quite sparingly as they do now, and kind of just for your knowledge. Finally, when we spoke with ANI HRD on this topic, they said that there are several existing policies that kind of help to alleviate these unfunded leave liabilities. As you saw, 9% of what we actually have outstanding is what we pay out each year. And they believe between, as you can see on page 4, between the carryovers and those maximums that exist, as well as a process of sick leave donation. Those are some existing mechanisms to kind of make sure that we are managing that unfunded leave liability. And so that is section 1. I don't know if you would like me to proceed, Mr. Chairman, or if you would like me to take questions now.
So go ahead and pause.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. We move into section 2, which is vacancy savings. And so this is where I candidly have learned the most about this. I call this, again, the meat and kind of potatoes of the big discussions that I've been privy to listening to you as you've had budget hearings of kind of using this term vacancy savings and what does that mean? And so one of the things that we did really work with State Budget Department on was kind of coming up with a definition just for your information so that we're all kind of talking about the same mechanism. And so right here up front, the 2 bullet points that I like to just kind of draw your attention to is there is a difference between vacancy savings and what is the position budget allotment changes. I apologize for the mouthful. Vacancy savings are those cash savings I've been calling and thinking of it in my mind as kind of cash on hand. If a staffer leaves or an employee leaves for 6 months, that position is left open. It's those funds that is the vacancy savings. They're not, the agency is not paying benefits or salary. They retain those funds. That is different from something that I've heard during budget discussions, which is position budget allotment changes. And that is when the agency determines or chooses to transfer existing budget authority between different positions within its agency and within its existing budget authority. And so that just kind of to keep in your mind as we have this discussion is a distinction. Vacancy savings are temporary and meant because someone has vacated a position. It is not those changes that occur more permanently within those positions. And so I'm
interrupting just for a second here. So we have is someone leaves or someone leaves, terminates their position. And so there's been a habit over the last number of years where we simply don't, their position is not filled for a while, so we can accrue enough vacancy savings to pay off the liabilities that when they had to write them a check for their accrued leave when they left the door.
Mm-hmm.
So it's what you just told us that the vacancy savings is what accrues, but the budget allotment is what happens when, no, it's not, because you're just paying them off. So, but we do see the budget allotments when they're switching positions and all of a sudden we find a position has $6,000 left in it, and then, but the money for that position is gone and over in another position, been used to hire somebody else or give a raise or something else. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly then?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's the distinction. So there are actually 2 mechanisms. There's the vacancy savings, which is just like what they save because of that position. And then there's this other mechanism or practice, which is actually what you just described, which is moving position funding within an agency.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you. I'll try and ask a question that somebody can understand this time.
I like my questions and nobody understands ever.
So, Elizabeth, so what we see at times is you'll see a position budget allotment where you take the funds from a position that's not filled to fund over there to a position that is filled. So my question is at the end of that budget cycle, does that carry forward into the next standard budget as done, or do they have to adjust the next standard budget request to reflect that? And then the second part of that would be if that's a reflection on the next standard budget, is it normal that they request that the position that wasn't filled is still funded at that position, and then we increase the position that we enhanced in the last standard budget?
Mr. Chairman? The answer to that question would be yes, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands how that happens.
Please.
That happens in Chapter 17. So right now, for example, we're not going to allow, we're in the muck right now, trying to get a standard budget built. And in that process, we go through this position allotment, and no agency can cross the biennium with more allotted funds than they had in the previous biennium. That's the first thing I want to make clear. That all came about Section 359, Section 310 to control that. And we're controlling that right now. We poll the PALE system in April, and then we test those agencies. And we have a monthly report, by the way, to keep track of all this as well. But in the chapter 17, if an agency has changed the allotment on a budget from one position to another, in the chapter 17 report, it is explained. X amount of dollars was taken from this position and given to this position in the chapter 17 report to change the budget allotment. So that's reflected in the chapter 17 report.
So then when we, meaning you and I, are having our budget discussions, and I, in an effort to reduce budget, look at a vacancy in a budget, then I should be, in order to calculate the savings associated with that reduction, I want to look at chapter 17, not at the previous standard budget. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that would be the first place to start, but there's a very important thing that takes place in this. And we are addressing this with A&I, Human Resources, the Budget Department, and also the agency itself. When we give you that vacancy report now, we show what the amount is on that position, because we pull that snapshot in April, but let's say that in June or July, they make a change. We want you to know that the agency has had these vacancies and changed that. So you know if that position is vacant, how much money that you can take out of that in benefits and the position itself. And this becomes really important with those agencies, particularly the AG's office and corrections that have step rotations. And you really think about this as the natural rotations of agencies when they have people that have 30-year career retire through legislative actions that you've given salary increases in the past. They are benchmarked back to the lower end, and then that rotates. So it's really a step process with AG and corrections, but it's real for everybody. That there's just this ongoing process where you're not going to bring in a replacement employee for somebody that was perhaps around for 40 years that enjoyed the 2.5% increases or something like that. But all of that is reflected in the chapter 17 report when we build the budget, so that you can see what the agencies have done with that positional allotment. And I agree with Elizabeth as well. It's very important to understand when you're saying vacancy savings, that's the cash that you saved in the budget. A budget allotment is the agency changing the position's salaries with the budget amount that they currently enjoy through the appropriated process.
So then, Kevin, but vacancy savings would also reflect paying that unfunded sick leave and liability. So you could, it would, those vacancy savings may not be what we appropriated for those positions, because you had to use some of those savings to pay those unfunded sick leave and vacation.
Mr. Chairman, the report that you received here from the State Budget Department is going to be helpful in that. So I'm just going to jump to the end of where there's a recommendation or there's a thought out there about what the challenge is. Here's the real challenge. If you have a small agency that's fully staffed and somebody quits on June of an even year, you don't enjoy 3 months of vacancy savings to make that payout. So that generally funded agency is in harm's way of not being able to use what we encourage everybody to use. And naturally, it's going to take you some time to replace a position, but we encourage agencies to make sure that they time that properly so they can make those payouts through the biennium with their vacancy savings. But the catch here is, I'm going to use the budget department as an example. Small agency, generally funded, and somebody retires on June of 2022. I don't have 3 months to the end of the biennium. I have 1 month at the end of the biennium to recover that. So in that case, that's what we enjoyed in the past through GASB, was that amount of money. In that very limited area, the general funded agency that didn't have that 3 month vacancy savings to cover that cost in general funds, a small appropriation would be welcome, say $250,000, so that we could pick up that. Now, what you see here on this list is those agencies that have special revenue. So if we come to that same situation, we get a small agency, especially revenue funded, and they button up against this June retirement, then we would B11 the special revenue. We wouldn't seek general funds for that. But the first thing we always do is this. We look at their budget performance before we do anything. If their budget performance can handle that, then we just point that out to them. But in those extreme cases where those small agencies are generally funded that button up against the tail end of a biennium, that's the one that really causes a problem. What's the alternative? Well, the flex authority from the governor from a larger agency pulling general funds from one agency to another agency to pick up that difference. So those two options. If I was in that position today, the latter would be chosen. But it would be nice to just say, hey, we recognize this issue. There's an appropriation for it so that we can be clear about it. So there's not any uncomfortableness. I mean, the real fact of the tail end of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thinking through this in terms of the small agencies, not if it happens on June of an even year, are they inadvertently going to be incentivized to hold a position vacant in order to accrue the funding to pay off the liability before they consider rehiring?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, that is a really good question. And we had an agency, a small agency, came to the Joint Appropriations Committee this last time and explained that we did in fact have a very crucial employee, but we held the 3 months so that we could make the payout. And they said that in their own testimony, right? Now, they also said that that expression was made to the state budget department, and the state budget department said, if it's crucial, let us know, because we can facilitate you with these other mechanisms. So these are very rare scenarios that we're discussing. But if it's a crucial situation, then certainly we're going to come in, we're going to use the governor's flexibility to fix that in some larger agency. You can look at them on this report. We take some general funds and we help them out with that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. I would just note also, when you asked after the Chapter 17 reports, that is one of the responsibilities I will be having the privilege of helping with this year. And so knowing your interest in this, I'll pay particular attention to that as well as I'm reviewing those for you. We have talked quite a bit about vacancy savings, so I just want to point to 3 historic practices on page 4, just kind of for your knowledge. Representative Larson and Director Hibbert have gone over a few of those temporary non-base pay adjustments, the leave liabilities, as we've been discussing, as well as to address differences. So for example, if an individual or an employee went from a single to a family plan, that would be a change that was unanticipated. They could use some funds to help with. And then as Director Hibbert also noted, attachment B does have all those details for those agencies by fund. I would really highlight though, in my working with Kevin, Director Hibbert's staff, that is a calculated estimate. And so just to be very clear, like the numbers will not always match out correctly because they're doing a calculated estimate, but that is the best information they could get based on limitations in the state accounting system, the state budget system, the payroll system. They're not necessarily intended to talk to each other to produce this kind of report. So Director Hibbert's staff was just incredible in getting us their best calculated estimates. So when you're looking at those, I just kind of want to keep saying that because at first I also thought that they were actuals and that is not the case. I would also note, just kind of highlight for your information on page 5 in this discussion of position budget allotment, table 5 in particular, I think it's helpful to kind of highlight just the differences of kind of what you're seeing between the vacancy savings and position budget allotment. And that's the one-way transfers that can happen from 100 series to other object codes, object series. And then what Representative Larson has mentioned in detail, which is that redistribution of funds from one position to another. You mentioned as well, Mr. Chairman. And so I just want to kind of highlight, I tried my very best to craft an example just to kind of show what that issue looked like, if you'd like to have that. And then on page 6, Director Hibbert was absolutely right on with the Chapter 17 true up, as they call it, when they go through with these more permanent changes. And then the last caveat in terms of vacancy savings that I wanted to just kind of highlight is that This process is incredibly fluid. A person can go from a single plan to a family plan throughout the year. A person, as he said, can retire after 40 years and they drop that position back down to more of a starting level. These changes happen rapidly and throughout the biennium. So when you get those, November and January vacancy reports that I get to, help assist with, that report is a point in time document. It is not necessarily the document that reflects exactly what's going to happen, which is why we had a similar instance during this past budget hearings where you said, hey, I would like all of that money. And the department came back and said, I apologize, that's not there. Here is why. Again, it's a point in time document. I will note that in our discussion with the budget department as well as A&I HRD, they did say that there was a possibility with HR consolidation that they might be able to track kind of these changes a little bit more. I'll let the department speak to that. Again, it's not my area, but that is something to consider. One of the barriers to why this information is a bit difficult to get for you is it's very personnel intensive. They have to track all of those little changes for every agency throughout the biennium. The agencies are doing that work, but they again are doing it at the agency level, which makes it more difficult for us when we sit here and try to aggregate that information for you. It's a bit challenging and takes a little bit of time. So those are just kind of my end caveats for vacancy savings. The last portion in the white paper that I had for you was just a snippet on cost allocation. That was part of priority number 5, and Director Hibbard was going to talk to that in more detail, but I just wanted to give you an example of kind of what that looks like for your consideration. And with that, that is all I had for you, sir.
Thank you. If I could, Kevin, back to you. In one of my first questions, so if there's a position budget allotment change between 2 positions shifted, we appropriate that for a biennium. And if you make that budget allotment shift again, moving into the next biennium, does that remain in place, or do you have to make that change for the next biennium's budget request?
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, right now we are accomplishing this right now. And we are building the standard budget, which would then be the standard budget, again, with the same adjustment cycle. If they cross divisions, there's going to be an exception request because that's a program inside of your budget bill. When you say section 2, they cross divisions, then we're going to force an exception request. But if it's within the same division, then the chapter 17 shows that we move these dollars from this. The other thing is that if they cross divisions, they have to have a B11. If they want to go into the next biennium with that same B11, then they have to ask for an appropriation. We force an exception request again.
Just clarifying. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Martineau, I apologize if I missed this earlier, but big picture here. So for annual leave, there's a carryover maximum. For sick leave, there's not. On table 1, then on page 2, when you do the cumulative amount of liabilities over, say, 4 years to get to $160 million, is that number real, or does it naturally reach a peak and come back down because you have this carryover maximum?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, I'll defer to A&I HRD with the details, but my understanding of the data is that because of that natural carryover maximum, so the 1-year employee has 280 hours it can carry over, it does naturally peak that off. So starting the very next January 1, they only have 280. Even if they had 380 on December 30th, when that hits that mark, they go back down to what that was. But again, I'll defer to A&I HRD to correct me if I misspeak.
Is there any kind of ERISA or other issue that arises with these large, I mean, they're liabilities, but they're essentially unfunded. We're funding kind of ERISA issues that arise out of this?
Mr. Chairman, I do not know the answer to that question. I'm looking now at council.
Mr. Chairman, when I first saw this topic, I thought that was what this topic was. It was an audit issue with. I don't believe that we're in conflict. This is a conversation really gelled when LSO and the State Budget Department, HRD, realized that we needed to define better what a vacancy savings was, budget allotment change.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Would you like me to just go through the cost allocation portion on this now?
Are you talking about the 138-page document that
Yeah, it's going
defines
to take
that?
me
or
less
does-
than 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead, Kevin. So you're talking about, this is the cost allocation section. This is like on page 6 of 6 in the memo, and then you're going to speak about it generally. Go ahead, Kevin.
Get to. So hopefully this sticks with me.
Says you have a 138-page document that you put into an 11-page presentation. Is that what you're looking for? Is this the 11-page presentation?
It's going to take me longer to pull this up electronically than it is to explain it. Mr. Chairman, I think the point that the document, it's out there and we are in the process of updating this. This is the statewide cost allocation. In 2014, in the summer, we decided that we were going to put this out here in presentation format so everybody could look at the statewide cost allocation. So really just a couple of just quick points. When we have a lead payout on a federally funded project, whether it's DFS, Workforce Services, or Department of Health, they in fact, in their indirect cost allocation, recover that payout on those federal dollars. So I'll say that again. When we talked about the vacant positions and the fact that we had payouts on those positions, the federal funds through the indirect cost allocations are in fact captured for the state of Wyoming on the federal share of those positions through their indirect cost allocation as a source. And then we'll talk about that real quick. So I'm just going to go in to this, and I'm going to use the budget vision. This is interactive, so you can get in here and you can click on this, and it takes you where you want to go. So at a 100,000 foot look, we know now that we're capturing the federal share of payouts through the indirect cost allocations. And the SWI cap in turn is a portion of that indirect cost allocation for those agencies as well. They're a source. The SWI cap becomes a source for them. This is where I want to talk in really, quick terms. It's not showing now, is it? Well, that's not good technology. Let's do it this way. Bear with me. Stop sharing. Now it's so small that we can see it.
Well, that's helpful. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So what we have on this is a source. So at a high level, what you want to understand is you have a source. The source is the administrative cost that you are going to allocate to the funding streams. Source. So the state budget department, in fact, is a source for the statewide cost allocation. And we're going to allocate that. That's an easy thing. The next one is the method, the methodology that we have to arbitrate with the Federal Office of Health and Human Services. They, in fact, have to approve our statewide cost allocation, as well as they approve the indirect cost allocations as well. In basic terms, the biggest revenue source on the block gets to be the decision maker and auspice of the federal government. In this case, it's the Office of Health and Human Services, because they're the largest player in dollars in the state budget, so they decide. So the method is difficult. So take, for example, some easy methods. We got email addresses. So we clear the Gmail through ETS predicated on how many email addresses that agency has in comparison to the total number of email addresses statewide. That's the formula, that's the method, and that's right in this presentation. The method is the appropriation. The budget department is cleared, predicated on the appropriated budget in an agency compared to the overall appropriated budget for the state of Wyoming. That's the method. The method is always where we're going to get ground out, and that's really complicated, and it's back and forth between us and Federal Office of Health and Human Services. Then you have the target. The target is the agency that is expected as pay. Now, for example, Department of Transportation, they're a target because they got special revenue. All the special revenue agencies are targeted. Department of Retirement is a target because they're special revenue. The federal funds are a target, and that goes through the statewide cost allocation as a source into the indirect cost allocation, ultimately becomes a formula portion of how much their rate. So let's say for the Department of Health that their indirect cost rate is 25%. But let's say that the budget grows, and now because of this budget growth, it needs to be 26% to cover the statewide cost allocation. That happens. Now there's a 2-year look back. The feds require you to have actual expenditures. We talked about this several times in the past. That 2-year look back. So what's important about that? What we present to you in the standard budget and what we present to you as a legislature in there is what we bill the agencies. There used to be a disconnect. So what you see in the budget is what they're going to get billed, because now it's a full 2-year look back because we have a biennium budget. In honesty, the federal government does this on a year-to-year basis, and we use that when we need to. I could give an example of that, but it's not. So you have source and administration costs, you have the methodology, formula, and then you have the target. I could pull up another example of the auditor's office. They're again a source, and they use the number of transactions that go through their system, or we do, they don't. We use the method, and it's approved method of the Federal Office of Health and Human Services, the number of transactions. So whiteout pays for the number of transactions predicated on the source, like let's say operations of wolves. There's a cost to the state of Wyoming. That cost is delivered to all the agencies predicated on this method of capturing how many transactions. This conversation has came up in committee with the Department of, the Retirement Department. They think that they can do this cheaper by going through their own banking system than they can with the state of Wyoming. Well, essentially, no, because then we wouldn't be clearing the cost of the administrative cost of the system to the Department of Special Revenue. So it's, in the end of the day, we're paying for it twice. We're paying for our own financial system, and we're paying for a service outside of our system. That would be an example of the methodology. So if you want to get into the business of improving this, it's always going to be on choosing the proper method. Maybe there's a better method that is more fairly representative of how we should clear the cost of the financial system or the budget department. So again, this statewide cost allocation is very intense. It's a 138 page document, but it all comes down to some simple accounting practices: source, method, target, and understanding that the statewide cost allocation is handed off to those agencies that have indirect cost allocation as a source for them to clear the cost. So in reality, the state budget department is funded in portion by the federal funds that we receive from the Department of Health. So is the auditor's office system. So is all the other administrators, treasurer's office, all these sources, A&I, go. That's what the statewide cost allocation does. Is it really allows us to fairly allocate administrative costs in the state of Wyoming to special revenue and federal funds. Now, when we do the calculation, we include all the general funded agencies, but we don't transact them because it's expensive to do transactions. We just give them a pass. So what you'll see is there's no 300 series budget for a general funded agency, because it would just create a transaction that we have to go into the roof. Where you do see it is the 300 series in the budget, special revenue funded agencies, you will see that in their 300 series. And then we administer, the state budget department is required to review all the indirect cost allocations that go through. And they're complicated and they're different. Department of Family Services, completely different from Department of Health and completely different from Workforce Services. But we've made a lot of good improvements. For example, Workforce Services, you've heard me say this before, they used to have 19 different indirect cost rates. They have one, and they are now in the process with the feds. You get the opportunity to go to a single rate, and then they look at you in a year. They say, we're going to review it. And if you're good, then you get to have a 3-year cycle, a 3-year look back. And you just adjust the rate for over and under clearance in that indirect cost allocation. So just the final thing for everybody to understand is the state budget department invoices the agencies to pay SAO, and then that money goes into the profile with the Craig on how much we anticipate for the statewide cost allocation. And we monitor it. What we do is we expect them to pay their first half of their biennium in the first half and their second half in the second half. But what they have in their budget is what they receive in the bill, because we clean that up as well as best we can. So that's 1,000 level statewide cost.
Okay.
Mr.
I
Chairman.
would just note that that's all it does to clear the room as we start talking about statewide cost allocation, and it's empty. Except for Jeremiah, which I don't know about that, but anyway. Go ahead, Representative Steph.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hibbert, thank you so much for the explanation. Just so I understand it, so the Respiratory Therapy Board, the budget division allocates $6 to them. You invoice them for that $6, and you expect them to pay $3 the first half and $3 the second
That's
half.
what their statewide cost allocation portion is. That's what happens.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you.
You know, we could discuss granularity if you'd like to at some threshold.
No, well, I hadn't heard that. I hadn't heard granularity yet this year, so that's
Yeah, this is very granular. You know, along that line of the question, the feds don't care what we do on our side. So on that example, they just want to know that this is their allowable cost that they're going to allow to be allocated. What we do on our side of the fence, they don't care. So we could do something along the lines of creating an invoice for $4. And
yeah, at the end of the day, all we're trying to do is find a reasonable allocation method that's acceptable and simple and everybody understands and is relatively fair.
so just on that topic of that $4, we're just looking at the budget part. But when you add on there allocation for the auditor's system and the treasury system and A&Is, and when you start adding this up in this total 168 pages, it's not $4. It might be 5,000 or something. It's not going to ever get to an invoice. We invoice for the total all at once. So you could go to I could go to the back of this behavior now, right? As long as I don't use the automated portion. So I guess I am going to go through 164 pages. I went too far. So I won't take you through that. Got kicked out. But it's not a $4. It's actually the total amount that we do one invoice once.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Kevin on statewide cost allocation? I think everyone's afraid to ask me questions.
Because I'd be long-winded with my answer.
Well, thank you.
So my question,
Oh.
Co-Chair, is there anything that would improve government operations if we statutorily created a way to deal with vacancy savings and having agencies create reserve accounts or do something so that they can address these issues?
Mr. Chairman, I would give the $4 example. I think we'd really be chasing.
Stepping over
Movies,
dollars to
yeah.
pick up pennies.
You know, we honestly control this to what we've reported to LSO in this document. And we do have the agencies do the 3 keep the positions vacant so that they can make the payouts and that kind of thing. We're not, if you want to do a small appropriation for that one event that I explained, that would be welcome. It's not absolutely necessary because there's other instruments. And I've thought about that question. I don't know how we could improve it other than what we do now. And lastly, it did engage us to start doing a little bit more reporting in a different fashion. We've been doing this report, but we do it on the object series, like salary and benefits from 100 series, 200 series. That's how we conducted that. We went more granular now to be looking at the benefits aspect of it and the labor aspect of it in this. So it has proven beneficial. But one of the things is that the reason why we did this other subset of tracking information so that we could have an understanding of what we anticipated in reversions. Because we always have those conversations. You asked me, you've asked Don in the past, I said, well, what do you think the anticipated reversions was? The last time I was asked, I said 40 million. And we missed it by 16 million, but that was the FMAP. So we hit the mark. In 2016, I said 80, and we got 83. So we have been doing this reporting so that we can understand what we anticipate in reversions. So that's something we can do for you if you want to see it. We can give you reports.
Kevin, do we need, I mean, as we talk about that, is there some amount, there's some amount that we would just have an account that just is used for those emergency, kind of those really unique purposes, and would that just be some percentage of the take the 9.5% or whatever that number is on those vacancy savings, and instead we'll take 10% or 20% of the 9.5 and make sure that that's there, that and we just, it's a hands-off thing except for those types of things. Would that be helpful, or are we just, again, are we just?
I think it's setting aside a large bucket of money that we would normally revert and allow the legislature to appropriate. Because what really happens is that we go through the reversion process. This money, this vacancy savings, really ultimately is reverted. Yeah. And then we profile that. Now, we only profile real reversions when we actually get the cash from the SAO. But those reversions are done for the governor's profile and also for the legislative profile.
Right.
LSO.
So, and I get that. I mean, if in the past, the reversions have always been so significant that it kind of, why would we bother? But as we get tighter and tighter, as the budgets get tighter, as this stuff gets tighter, I'm just wondering, we just have to keep our, I think we just have to be aware of it and keep our eye on to see what.
I think that respectfully, answer your question is that we went from 80 to 40, and we don't anticipate that kind of reversions coming after this latest round of budget reductions. We're not going to enjoy those high levels of reversion. Yeah. But the real key to this is we budget at 100% of the salary. We could have a HRD system or a budget performance management system with HRD system that would allow us to budget at a logarithm on position classification, right? So, and I've done this, okay, with PeopleSoft, Whiteout. We did exactly that. So we budgeted predicated on each position class, and the logarithm of the anticipated overtime, anticipated turnover on those positions, and we got to a more refined number. But that would be an expensive lift. Now, I do expect at some point in time, the state of Wyoming is going to have developed a replacement for the financial system. I know our vision for that financial system is the HRD system, performance management system, and everything else that's included. But the last number that we were discussing about a financial system replacement years ago was $25 million. So this
now it's only like 5, right?
But then the other option, and Trish and I have discussed this too, that would be purchasing seats in PeopleSoft at Whiteout. But again, then you have maintenance costs. In PeopleSoft, the maintenance costs are predicated on the number of seats and how much your budget is. So it's again, you're just going into a maintenance cost. But they do have PeopleSoft. Oracle is a very good tool for human resource management. This is one of those tools that we enjoyed at WIDOT, performance management, budget.
Mhm.
Patricia, you got any comments?
Go ahead, Patricia.
Chairman, Representative Nicholas, going off what Director Hibbert said for your question, Representative Nicholas, I think that the collaboration between budget and HRD is there and has been there. We've been working very well trying to work through the consolidation process. Yesterday, I spoke in front of the management audit committee, and they're our home committee, and asked if we needed anything, and I hinted about the HRIS system sometime in the future, and we have discussed PeopleSoft as being not only the best HRIS system that we think is out there for what we need, we already have it at WIDOT. Those are the things that we're thinking about with the budget department, with the auditor's office. I haven't mentioned it to General, but now he knows. We're looking at PeopleSoft as an option, as a cheaper option. It works well. When it comes to whether we need statute to work within that pot of money, I do think it is a very, very rare circumstance that it happens. I think the numbers show that, and I think we can work through that without, if we had a little pot of money, like Kevin said, I think that would be wonderful. We wouldn't have to worry about where it's coming from, but I think budget division and auditor and HRD can work through that without having to have any more statutes to address it. I think it might actually create more of a problem. And I think Aaron had a couple just clarifications and follow up on the report, the wonderful report that Ellen's. So we're all on board with what she did.
Thank you.
Chairman Perkins, I think, as Director Bach said, Elizabeth did a great job gathering the facts of the topic. I just wanted to add, with HR consolidation, we do have on our agenda items for over the next year to look at the sick leave donations that happen in state agencies now. They have individual agency policies. We're going to work together to get a statewide policy to put together some options to decrease that unfunded liability. As was mentioned in the testimony, it's very difficult to determine the true cost savings. We do know longer-term employees who make higher salary typically donate to newer, lower-paid employees. So there's a savings there, we believe. We don't have the capability now to track that. So going forward, we will more closely track who's receiving the donations, who they're receiving them from, and we will be able to give you a cost in the future of what that looks like. I did also want to, we had a large sum of annual leave donations. I know it expires every December. With the pandemic, a couple of the agencies, in particular Department of Health, their employees were unable. People weren't taking vacations. We were working more on the pandemic. And so there was a lot of use it or lose it balances that were out there. And we had quite a few agencies request of the governor's office and HRD to extend that and carry over that unused leave. We decided not to carry that over because it would, in essence, increase potentially double the unfunded liability that we had out there. That was a very unpalatable decision for the employees, but I think we made the right decision for the state. And so with that, about 26,741 days of state employees' time went away this past December with that use it or lose it. So the balances of that unfunded liability drastically decreased with that decision. So I just wanted to make sure that you were all aware of that as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? All right. Is there public comment on this? Jeremiah, did you have any comments? Do you have anybody in the waiting room on this? Thank you for that reminder. What's that? All right, well, in that case, we're back on item 7, which is lunch break. So we'll go ahead and we'll adjourn. I've got 12:05. We'll be back at 1:10. Yes, sir.
When you talked about them losing their accrued, did we have the ability to then compensate them for that loss through CARES money or something because they couldn't take it? Is that an unusual? Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Or could we retroact? I mean, they worked their tails off.
And I want to clarify, I'm sorry, Chairman, Representative Larson. What that use it or lose it is, they've already reached the maximum. So it's already at the 300 and whatever number that is. So it's over and above that. So I want to, the reason we denied it is because they could have used it. They didn't. It happens every year. It was worse during COVID because people were teleworking. There was nowhere to go. You really weren't flying. So that's why we made that decision. It's not as if we're taking away their leave on the books. I just want to make sure that's clear.
All right.